Hey guys, what's up? This is Levi here with Creative Cow Live, and I have a question for everybody. But you know what? Let's just give it a couple minutes here. Let's wait for some folks to hop on. We are getting ready to start our very first Creative Cow Live tutorial. And what we're going to be doing is we are going to be creating the effect you see here on screen. It is a scene from one of our upcoming fan films that I've been working on. It is Avatar: Last of the Airbenders. This is a fan film by J&J Studios. These guys are out of Utah here in the US, and they have some really awesome visual effects artists working on the behind this, the post-production currently for this fan film. We are trying to get everything finished before the end of the year so we can do a December 31st release. I am one of those visual effects artists who's lucky enough to get invited to work on the film. And what they've allowed me to do, guys, is show a complete tutorial breakdown of how I've created this effect, this fire dagger effect, as you guys can see here in the preview window. We are going to be going officially live for the entire internet, so to speak. Anybody who hops on at 6 a.m. It is currently right now 5:29 a.m. my time. So we are going to be hopping on and getting started around 6 a.m. But what I wanted to do was hop on first, let everybody kind of know what to expect, and then of course invite anybody to ask any questions. This is kind of like an open Q&A section, so to speak, for this live stream. So looks like we've potentially got a couple of people on here so far. So do me a favor, guys. Jump on the chat, say hi. Let me know that you're here. And if you guys have questions, I'd like to answer any potential After Effects questions that you guys might have before we get started. So a little bit about myself before we get going here, while I wait for you guys to put some questions in there. For those who are watching, guys, type some questions in. This is a Q&A section of our live stream tutorial. We're going to be doing some live visual effects today. And the scene that you guys see here on the screen is going to be the one that we are creating. We're going to be creating these fire daggers as made famous in the anime Avatar: Last of the Airbenders. So welcome, guys, who are currently tuning in and watching. We're doing just this first part here before we go live at 6 a.m. is like kind of like a Q&A section. So I'd like to chat with you guys, ask questions before we get started here today, and yeah. All right, guys, as I mentioned, we are going to be going live here and showing you guys how we created this effect for this upcoming movie. It's an Avatar Airbender film. And we created these really awesome fire dagger assets. We did lots of interesting things here, and we're going to be doing kind of like a live visual effects tutorial. And doing a live tutorial can be kind of daunting, but this gives me an opportunity to answer questions, let you guys pick my brain. I have about 18 years worth of experience inside of Adobe After Effects. But before we go live here this morning, which should be in about half an hour or so, I'd like to invite anybody interested in just asking some questions in the chat, interacting with me. If you guys are having a particular issue with After Effects, or if you guys have questions about how to make your After Effects projects look better, Whichever it is, jump in there. If you guys just want to say hi and hello, or if you have a question specifically about this upcoming tutorial we're getting ready to do here in about 27 minutes, hop in the chat. At the very least, just to say hi and hello. For those who are kind of popping in and out this morning, I know that it's pretty early. But it seems the majority of our audience gets on here in the next hour or so, maybe two. And this is going to be quite a long tutorial. There's lots to do here in order to get this final effect, ready to go. So we're going to be touching in on some color correction. We have some flat footage, and we're going to be boosting up the color correction just to get started. And then we are going to essentially composite and build the Fire Dagger elements by scratch using some stock footage. And we'll be playing with transfer modes as well as tracking, as you guys can see here in the video preview. We've got motion tracking so that we can track the Fire Dagger assets to the fists of our actor. We also have going to have to go in and do some simulative lighting on his fists, his face, his clothes, things of that nature. So we are going to be tracking in and showing you guys how to create the simulative lighting. As you guys can see here, the preview kind of keeps going through over and over again. We are also going to be doing some 3D camera solving. And the cool thing about that is we are going to be comping in a tree that wasn't in the original shot. And what's really interesting about the camera solve process is in this particular case, it does a couple of things, as you guys will see here. It frames in our actor real nice. That tree that's there on the right essentially gives us an opportunity to place our actor between two objects, and it puts the center and the focus of attention on the actor. It also provides a nice dark contrasted item behind these Fire Dagger assets as we build them so that they don't get washed out by what's in the background. We are also going to be doing some planar tracking, as I mentioned as well. You know what? I'm going to go ahead here. I'm going to get After Effects ready, rocking and rolling for us here. I'm going to be opening up my project file. And we're just going to kind of go ahead and pull you guys into After Effects for the time being so that you guys can really kind of see what it is that we're going to be doing here. So let's go ahead and do that. Oop. Well, that would be our YouTube back dashboard. So here we go. We're inside of After Effects right now. And I think what I'll do here, give me a sec, guys. Using two screens here. So I'm just going to pull over our live stream video for our screen there, and then that's going to give me the ability to see when you guys hop on there and start asking questions. Now, we're not going to actually start with the process of creating this effect for at least another, I would say, well, it's almost 40, so we got like 23 minutes until we get started here. But I just wanted to hop into After Effects so I could show you guys what we're going to be creating here with this effect. So right out the gate, if I were to toggle off some of these previews here, we've got our original footage. And in fact, this isn't even our original footage. I would say this is, and this is kind of like a flat profile or C-log or S-log type of video file where it doesn't over or underexpose any of the data. So no clipping essentially. And that allows us to, make punchy, stylistic color correction passes, which you guys will see here at this process or this step. The next section here will be kind of a really in-depth part of this training tutorial. We're going to be putting in and building these Fire Dagger assets by scratch, by hand. We're going to be essentially doing a lot of color correction. As you guys can see here, we've got simulative lighting that gets added in as he generates these Fire Daggers. So you see that those fade in real nice. and they also flicker and kind of, essentially adjust, with a flickering type effect so that it looks like flames flicker, right? We also have that on his clothes and this side of his face and all along the edges of his fists where these fire daggers are emanating from. We also, of course, comped in using a camera solve, not just this tree, but also some driftwood in the foreground to kind of match what was behind the tree to give it, kind of a real nice parallax effect and make it look like the tree is surrounded by all of this dead driftwood, all of this dead branch, piles and things like that that are there. It also frames our actor in. So if I were to toggle this off, you guys will see here that without this, it leaves this whole side of the composition pretty empty, right? Which is it's kind of ugly. It doesn't really draw attention to our actor. It also, because there is a lot of bright area behind this portion of the shot, when we have these big bursts of flames, or when the fire daggers, when we get close enough to the actor that they pretty much get to this point, what happens is we lose all that contrast that we still retain here on the left. And so we're going to be comping in and doing some 3D camera solving and, putting those assets in, and it really frames our actor in quite nicely. This is not Zuko from the anime series. This is a character that we created that's within this universe for this upcoming fan film. And that being said, I just wanted to pre-qualify that. I did go ahead here and was bored one day while waiting around for a piece of footage from the director. But we did the same thing here. We did planar tracking and we comped in this real nice wound. If we have time and we don't get too distracted, I might show you guys how I created that. But even as he squints his face and stuff, it tracks real nice. Except for right here. It looks like I didn't do any masking around his hand, but that's all right. It's pretty fast. If I were to just play that back at regular speed. Yeah, can't even tell. We also did, I did some color correction passes on it after the fact, made the fire daggers blue. For those who are fans of the Avatar Airbender series, you guys will know that some of the characters have the ability to generate blue fire. Blue fire, of course, is a much hotter temperature fire, than just typical red fire. We also have got some sparks, and we did heat distortion all around the fire daggers so that they're actually distorting the background, with waves of heat, just like you'd see in real life. And so this is going to be essentially what we're going to be creating, guys. This took a lot longer than a few hours, so I'm hoping that we'll be able to answer all of your guys' questions as well as make our way through the entire process. It's about 5:41, so we got 19 more minutes or so. If you guys are watching right now, do me a favor, leave a comment. It takes a couple of seconds here. Share the live stream if you can as well. I'd like to let you guys pick my brain. Right now, it is our Q&A session of this stream. Before we get started, I wanted to invite anybody interested in asking any questions. So I'll throw that graphic back up there so that you guys know. But it is our question and answer section. So guys, pick my brain, ask me questions. Let me know if you guys have any particular issues with After Effects. We just had that new version of After Effects, version 2022, just get launched. I have had a couple issues here or there with the software as well. We'll be using After Effects 2022, but everything that we do here in this shot was actually done in the After Effects 2020 version. And we'll be using pretty much everything that we'll do here today is going to be all natively inside of After Effects. So we're not going to be using any third-party plugins. We're not going to be, advertising or promoting any tools that would essentially disqualify or, act as a barrier for anybody interested in creating this effect. So Q&A session here for you folks. Before we get started, we're getting started here right at the top of the hour. But let me get some After Effects questions, guys. don't be shy, hop in there. You guys are also welcome to ask questions throughout the tutorial. Because this is live, right? I definitely want to interact with you folks. I want to be able to explain things if I didn't do a good enough job explaining them the first time around, or if I'm moving a little too quick and you need me to retouch on something, I'd be happy to do that as well. Um, but in the meantime, seriously, don't feel shy. Jump in there, ask some questions because we're getting ready to getting ready to start here in about 15 minutes or so. While I have you guys here, before we get started, because I'm still waiting on some questions from you guys, this is our Q&A session. Let me kind of explain what we're doing here and what I'm hoping to do, moving forward. Creative Cow, if you guys are familiar with the Creative Cow, is a forum that started around the year of 2001. And YouTube, the platform that we're streaming to today, came out in 2005. And so this is, if you guys think about it, this is before YouTube. This is before the internet was really just congested with lots of different resources, tools, tutorials, YouTube channels, websites like Video Copilot or Grayscale Gorilla or any of the likes. Software was definitely a lot more expensive. Hardware definitely had its limitations that it doesn't have today. And but for the time of that point in history, you could not find a good resource. There wasn't one available where you guys could go and ask questions, share your work, make friends, make connections, and that's something that Creative Cow was kind of at the leading edge of. Ron, the gentleman who started it, him and I got on the phone a couple weeks ago, and I've been using Creative Cow off and on since about the year of 2003, which is when I started using Adobe After Effects. I think it was After Effects version 6.0. It was codenamed Food Fight. They codename their versions and releases of After Effects the same way like Android or Apple does with their operating systems. So it was codenamed Food Fight 2003. It was a terrible, terrible, terrible graphic user interface compared to the nice, sleek look that we've got now. But doing the math, I mean, I'm not even 30 yet, but doing the math, that puts me at about almost 18 years now worth of continued use of After Effects. And although I did not pursue a commercial visual effects, motion graphics background type of career, I did go into the service. I went to film school after the fact, dropped out of film school. Mainly because there wasn't really anything there I was learning that I didn't kind of already have kind of a hand around. Um, and essentially started using my After Effects skills and knowledge to, create commercials for local businesses here in my community. I started a live broadcast network where I stream local high school sports and work with the career and technical education courses for film and television to set up a kind of like a broadcast internship type thing with the kids at the high school level so that they can get that hands-on experience they weren't already getting. But I never stopped using After Effects. After Effects essentially was just a tool set I used as part of my day job. It was something where, if I wanted to create an opportunity for myself or pitch an idea to a client about, something that I could create to, promote their business, or if I was doing like a real estate photography video, whatever it was, I've always been using After Effects that entire time. Very recently, I had the opportunity to get in touch with some guys who were making an Avatar Last of the Airbender fan film, which you guys can see a shot I worked on here on the screen. This is the first time that a live action Fire Dagger composite has been done, as I found out way after the fact. I didn't know it at the time. But apparently, no one had ever, whether in the live action film or in any serious capacity since then, created this type of effect. It just hadn't been done. We've got that new Netflix series getting ready to kick up, and so the guys at J&J Studios have been working very hard over the last couple of years. Everybody on this team is a fan of the Avatar, world, so to speak, myself included. And when I saw some of the pre-visual work before we got that final trailer put out on YouTube, I was blown away. I was absolutely flabbergasted. And so I practically begged to be a part of their team. And, that wasn't going to work. They were pretty much, ready to go. They already had a full team of post-production artists. They've got some people from Sony Animation Pictures. They've got a guy from Industrial Light and Magic. I mean, they really, uh, you know, inspired quite a few people who work professionally with inside of this field to jump on and contribute their knowledge and expertise to the project. And the only way that I could get myself to be as to appear as though I had that same pedigree or that same level of experience, I essentially just asked the director if he could send me a clean plate of one of their shots that had already been locked down, and ask if I could just spend a couple of days throwing some of what I know into it and fixing some things that I saw wrong with the shot. And what I sent back was just so much different than the original shot. I did a background replacement for the sky. I fixed essentially the the shot was kind of like a fire flamethrower effect, and the direction that the flamethrower needed to go in did not match what the actor did. And so I essentially like recomped his elbow so that it was pointed at a greater angle. And I did like a sky replacement in the background, put some mountains back there, redid the flamethrower, the fire effects, and sent it back to them and showed it around to the team. And uh, I was very humbled when they came back and said, you know what, we think you could actually help us. So that's kind of how I found these guys and got involved with this product or project. And this is just one of those shots, and we're going to be showing you guys how to create it. I am doing a ton of talking right now, guys. We are 10 minutes out from our live feed, our tutorial to get started. So in 10 minutes, we're going to get started with showing you guys beginning to end, hopefully, if we have the time, how to create this effect from beginning shot, which is this clip right here. We do a color correction pass to get our color correction put into place. We then build and composite and track our fire daggers to our actor's fists using some planar tracking with tool sets that are built already right inside of After Effects. We also take the time to go in and add simulated lighting to his fists, the side of his face, the front of his clothing. If I were to toggle this pass on and off, you'll see that none of that was built in top of the scene from the get-go. This is stuff that I had to add in during the post-production compositing process. I then comped in a 3D tree to frame our actor and center him in the shot, as well as to add something of similar dark contrast here on the right to match the dark contrast we had there on the left. And you guys will see that that's tracked in very nice. We went through and added heat distortion and sparks to the daggers to give it a more realistic look. And we're going to play around with some expressions, like the wiggle expression, for those who don't know how to use that. And if you guys followed along with this tutorial from beginning to end, it's going to essentially let you create effects kind of like this, where I've gone ahead and created this eye wound, this burn. This is not Zuko from the Avatar series, but this was just a result of me being bored as could be, waiting on a shot from one of the directors. And so I just went ahead and, played around with some planar tracking using Mocha. And the same techniques that I'll be showing you guys how to do today is going to give you guys the same ability. We did another color correction pass on this. I got bored again and created all of our dagger assets to be blue. Changed all the simulated lighting to match to have that same color. And it actually looks really sick. When I zoom in here on our eye, you guys will notice there's some scratches in it. There's these bumps, these displacement map bumps that make it look like it sticks outwards from his skin, as though it's raised, just like a burn would be. Yeah, looks real neat. Um, but yeah, guys, if you guys are tuning in right now, it looks like we've got about 8 more minutes until the top of the hour when we're going to get started here. So hop in. This is a Q&A portion of our live stream. If you guys have any questions about what this tutorial is going to be, if you guys have any questions about like what resources you might need to create the same effect before we get started, by all means, hop in there and ask me those questions. If you guys are having a current issue with After Effects, now is the time to have kind of those unrelated off-topic questions before we get started, because I'm going to really want to reserve any questions that we take and I answer during the stream to be, relevant to the shot at hand. Um, so if you guys have questions, feel free to ask them. Otherwise, you're just going to have to listen to me continuously over and over again, repeat what we're going to be doing today, simply because I've got to fill in all that dead air time. So welcome, guys. Pretty much a lot of you just popping on and then staying for a couple of minutes, popping off, and then we got some new visitors pop in, pop out. We've got people liking the video. Please do like and share this broadcast if you guys are interested in Adobe After Effects, or if you guys are fans of the Avatar Last of the Airbender series, the anime that came out on Nickelodeon all those years ago. I am working with a team of dedicated professionals, and right now what we're doing is going through and working on the final shots, the final visual effects shots for a fan film that's going to be releasing, I believe, this month, end of the month. So if you guys haven't actually seen the trailer, you can head over to J&J Studios on YouTube. Just do a search for the letter J, space, the word and then another space, and then J Studios. I'll type it in here in the comments. J&J Studios. If you guys did a search for them, actually, let me retype it here. J and J Studios, not J and J. So I'll remove that first one here, and you guys can see there in the comment section, J&J Studios, they are working on a fan film for the Avatar Airbender series. They're making a live action film. It'll be a 5-part series, assuming that people enjoy the film and want sequels. But I'm one of the visual effects artists who is working on the post production, and this is a shot I worked on. Got a lot of you guys starting to hop in here, guys. Welcome, guys. Thanks you for tuning in. We are live. I can see all of you guys as you guys pop in and start to watch the stream. So do me a favor, everybody who is tuning in, say hi in the comments, introduce yourself. Let us know if you guys use After Effects or if you guys have been using it for years, how many years you've been using it for. If you have any questions before we get started, feel free to ask. And we'll be getting started here in just under 5 minutes. So everybody who is still hanging on, who is still here, only a few more minutes here, less than 5 minutes until we get started. So perfect length of time for you guys to hit the like button, subscribe to the Creative Cow Live YouTube channel here. Hit that bell notification icon if you guys want to get weekly video tutorials that show you how to create these high-end Hollywood visual effects, as you guys can see here in this example. I would love to get some suggestions from you guys. If you guys have got some visual effects that you've seen in a film recently that you just can't wrap your head around how they did it, or you're wondering if it's something that can be achieved with Adobe After Effects, by all means, please throw me some suggestions. I'll take a look and see if I can't replicate the effect and figure out a process to jump on with a live stream type format. And I'll be very happy to give that an attempt and go live with it in a future video. If you guys aren't familiar with the Creative Cow, if you guys head over to creativecow.net and sign up for an account there, it is a wonderful resource for creative professionals. They've got forums set up that have been active with users going back the last 2 decades, guys. So you guys can pop over there. If you guys go in the After Effects forum, my name's Levi. You can find me there. I will be happy to interact with you there as well. just under 2 minutes, guys. Thanks for tuning in thus far. Getting excited here as we are getting ready to get started. This is going to be a jam-packed tutorial here. There's going to be so much that we're going to be doing here. So I assume that those who are tuning in have at least a basis understanding of Adobe After Effects. I'll try to break things down and make them as simple as I possibly can. However, if you guys do get stuck or a little confused in the process, seriously, by all means, just go ahead and pop in there on the comment section. Let me know, and I'll see what I can do about covering it. We're inside 1 minute, so we're just going to go ahead and cut to some graphics, and we'll be right back, and we'll get started. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Creative Cow Live training tutorial video show. We don't know what we're quite calling it yet, but we are going to be creating some really awesome live format productions. And one of the ideas that we had was to create live stream tutorial series where we can interact with our viewers live as we kind of go through the process of creating these visual effects. My name is Levi Borland. I am one of the new Creative Cow live instructors, and my focus is going to be on creating live streams as well as some other pre-recorded video tutorials that will show you how to create some of the coolest visual effects that I can possibly muster up myself here uh, in Adobe After Effects. So welcome, guys. If you're just tuning in, or if you're one of the folks who've been kind of waiting around, watching, waiting for me to get started and listening to me jabber on and on and on, do us a favor here real quick before we get started and hit that like button, hit that share button, subscribe to our platform, and of course, I cannot iterate enough. Feel free to ask questions inside of the chat box there. I do want to interact with you guys and answer questions or re-specify or re-explain things as potentially needed. Okay, so here's kind of an effect here. These are fire dagger composites for an upcoming fan film from a studio called J&J Studios here. You can find them on YouTube. I put their name in the comment sections of this live stream. And they are going through the amazing process that just completely blew my mind of creating the Avatar Airbender live action fan film. And there have been other fan films out there before in the past, but guys, seriously, this thing is above and beyond, light years ahead of anything that I've ever seen before. In the Avatar universe, that's come from a nonprofit production, something that is strictly created solely by the passion of the filmmakers and the compositors. And I was fortunate enough to be accepted on their team as one of the compositors, and this was one of the shots that I created for them. So there's a lot going on here. I can't assume that those who are still watching right now were here in the original breakdown, but we are going to be creating these fire dagger assets by hand. We're going to be essentially putting together different pieces of stock footage, layering them together using blending modes and things like that. essentially to create these assets. We're also going to be adding in some sparks and some heat distortion, as you guys can see here, as well as these puffs of fire that just kind of really help sell it. The other thing that we're probably going to be able to have time to touch in on is all of the simulated lighting on our actor's fists, the sides of his face, his clothing. You guys will see here, there's no lighting on the side of his face here, but as soon as he lights up and starts out that dagger there on his left hand, we've got this simulated lighting on his face that flickers and grows and gets bigger and smaller and spreads across his face. Very systematically, there's some expressions that we'll be doing when that time comes. We also, you guys can see here, we've got some foreground elements like this wood here on the ground and this tree. We do a camera solve a little bit later on here in the tutorial where we actually track this tree in. It's literally just a picture of a tree that I cut out. I found it on Google. I cut it out from the rest of the image, turned it into a 3D layer, and then when I did the camera solve, I'm able to track it into our scene. And it does a couple things for us. It frames our actor in real nicely in the center of our scene, which cinematically is a very unintentional but very purposeful and beautiful thing to do. I was actually only putting the tree in here because without it, you guys will see that the bright background behind this fire here washes it out. It essentially does away with any of the contrast of the fire. And so I'm like, you know what? On the other side, we've got these dark trees. What if I put a tree kind of behind him over here on the right? And when I did that, I was just like, well, holy crap, he's centered in on the frame now. It looks real nice. And so when I sent that over to the director and the rest of the team, they're like, holy cow, that looks really good. We don't know how you thought to do that. I was like, it was a happy accident. I completely assure everybody. So this is the shot that we're going to be creating, and I don't want to make a tutorial that's 10 hours long or anything like that, but I do certainly want to take time and get to interact with everybody. So feel free to ask questions. We're going to try to move through this as quickly as I can. But it's been a little bit since I've worked on this shot, so I haven't taken the time to go through and look at what all the settings I made were or anything like that. So we're kind of going in a little blind, but that's the fun of this. I want you guys to come on this journey with me. If you're an experienced compositor and you can lend or render a suggestion to me if I get stuck, feel free to hop in there. And also feel free to ask questions as we kind of get started here. So I'm going to just kind of do a little bit of cleaning up here. I'm going to make a new folder called footage, and I'll just drag our footage inside of that. Looks like I already had a source footage folder, but that's fine. We'll just put that inside of our footage folder as well. And we're going to go ahead and we're just going to take our original video file and we're going to drag it onto this new comp icon here. And let me see here. It's telling me about Cinema 4D. Okay, so it looks like maybe I'm using Cinema 4D as my 3D renderer. So I'm going to go in here to my project settings and see if that's where I can change it. I don't think, nope, it is definitely not. It's going to be up in Edit, Preferences, 3D. Let's see what it says here, because I just want to stay on basic 3D. Okay. I think what I might need to do is if I just make a 3D layer here real quick and hit OK, hit OK. Yep, I understand. That will bring up my options here. I'll turn that back to classic 3D. All right, so we're ready to go. It definitely was set up for Cinema 4D for the 3D render engine. Not quite sure why it was set up that way, but here is our original clean plate. And you're going to notice that this footage just looks pretty blah, and the reason for that is because it is shot in a flat profile. And when you guys are getting into higher end film productions, the reason they shoot flat is because it essentially creates kind of a neutral under, image file where you're not actually exposing the sensor for the highlights or the shadows of your scene. You're essentially just kind of shooting everything neutral and flat and just kind of plain. And what that does is it preserves image data, right? So if I like zoomed in here on his clothes, it looks like his clothes are completely black, like they're underexposed. And when you get to that problem, typically with normal digital footage, what happens is the data in the shadows becomes what's called clipped. where it doesn't matter how much I expose or boost the highlights or the exposure of the clip, those wrinkles and all that kind of stuff in his clothing aren't there anymore. And you guys will see here when I do boost up the exposure, all of that data is still there. And that's what's great about working with a flat image. The same thing with our highlights, right? You see all these bright spots or what look like the brightest points in our video clip. Those still have image data. I can see the shadow from the stick here. I can see the moss and everything like that. There might be a spot or two that is clipped, but if I were to, you know, pull that exposure back down, you guys are going to see here on all of those highlighted areas, we still have that image data, um, which is pretty important when it comes to doing color correction in post-production. Now, I was fortunate enough to have a color corrected version of this clip sent to me from the director. He's also handling a lot of the editing, and he has a friend of his who is doing the color correction pass. And so this is the color corrected version that they sent me. All right. So it definitely has a lot more detail. It's got a ton more saturation. The skin tone looks fine. And I can see the actor. That's the most important thing. But if you guys were going to be working with a flat video and you were asked to not only create the effects, but also to do the color correction, there's lots of really useful ways that you can do that, not just with inside of After Effects, but you guys also can do this inside of like Adobe Premiere Pro. Excuse me. They have the Lumetri color effects. You can also use like Magic Bullet from Red Giant if you guys were fortunate or are fortunate enough to have your hands on their software. Let me see here. You guys also under color correction. Looks like we've got like auto levels if I were to select that. And you know what? I am working, I believe, in 32-bit color. Yeah, so auto levels won't work here. We got to find something that's going to work with 32-bit color. So we can go to, that's not what I meant to click on. We'll go to that exposure effect. We'll bump up the exposure just a little bit. We'll adjust the gamma correction just to kind of give us a little bit more data and detail there. We'll probably go to effect, color correction, curves, and we'll just create like a nice little contrast S curve here. Maybe not as strong. We'll go to effect, color correction. Let's look at Lumetri color here. And if I go, this is, some of the same color correction stuff that you guys have inside of Premiere, but under creative, there should be looks, and you guys have all these different cool looks. So if I went with like a bleach HDR effect, or if I went with like, let's see here, I want something that's warm. A lot of these are very matrixy feeling. Let's see, I'll scroll down here. Like Gold Brush. Bottom line is built into After Effects, there's quite a few different options that you guys can use when it comes to doing color correction. Let me see here. Under curves, we can, maybe not curves, HSL. This is going to be, that's secondary. Let's find the original. Just kind of playing around, guys. Feel free, seriously, guys, to jump in the comments and leave suggestions or ask questions as I kind of move along here. We're just kind of having fun in the process of creating this visual effect shot that we're working with. I think what I might do instead is just go to Effect, Color Correction, do a tint. That's going to tint us black and white. I'll pull the amount to tint down to a lower value so that essentially all I'm doing is I'm removing some of the saturation from the clip. And then I might go to Effect, Color Correction, do an auto color. Well, no, you know what? 32-bit color, they don't like these auto ones here. So what we'll do instead is maybe a hue and saturation. What I might do is duplicate it, turn the top one to a blending mode of, let's say, overlay. We'll turn off all of the effects. So we just have the original effect, color correction. We will bring the exposure up again. Play around with our blending mode options here. By the way, guys, to cycle through your blending modes, you can hold down Shift and hit the plus or minus button on your keyboard. And that will actually cycle and allow you to pass through all of the different blending modes that you have available to you. So I mean, there's lots of different ways that you guys can do color correction. I'm trying to just show you different methods that can all be handled inside of Adobe After Effects without the need of using third-party presets or plugins. However, in this case, I think just for simplicity's sake, I think I might just use some Red Giant. So if I go to the effect and I go to Red Giant Magic Bullet and chose Colorista 5 here, there is a guided color correction option that I love using, okay? And it starts out by asking you like what kind of footage you're using. In this case, I'm using flat. And then it wants me to start going through and adjusting our black levels. And so I just clip them a little bit, right? And same thing with the white levels. I just bump it up until some of that red clipping starts to appear. We do the same thing here with our midtones. Really, you're just trying to make it look real nice to the eye. And so somewhere around there, our contrast, right? This is our contrast curve. And then we got saturation next. This is where we can start to put some color, some saturation into our clip. And then we can tint it, bump up the temperature. And that's going to allow us to make it feel a little bit warmer. We are going to be creating fire daggers, right? I think I might pull the midtones up just a tad. I might pull the saturation up a bit more. And we're done. Here's a before and after. If I click on finished here, this is the final result kind of what I've got. You can adjust white balance. You can also adjust your key for the skin. Adjust your highlights and your shadows and all that kind of fun stuff. Lots of different ways that you guys can do color correction. Bottom line is, I just kind of wanted to show you guys that After Effects is capable when it comes to that kind of thing. But I think for the remainder of this tutorial, we're just going to go ahead and we're going to work with the color corrected version of this clip that was sent to me by the director, right? Because I want to give you guys an end result that looks as close to the final version as I can. All right, so what do we got to do here, guys? What we're doing here, for those who are just tuning in, is we're creating this effect of fire daggers. And there's a lot that we did here. We essentially built these fire dagger assets by hand. We did simulative lighting on the face, the clothes, the fists, as well as the areas around the daggers. We did a 3D camera solve and we tracked in some driftwood and the tree here on the right, which frames our actor in real nicely. Did some wiggle expressions and some different, After Effects JavaScript expressions to make the fire on his face, essentially flicker and things of that nature. So let's get started, I guess, with the planar tracking, guys. What we need to do is we need to create tracking data that allows us to attach different assets, or in this case, the fire daggers, to the fists of our actor. So to do that right off the bat, I'm just going to go ahead and rename the background footage just BG plate CC And so this is our background plate. CC means color corrected. That's just kind of how I name things to keep it a little bit more organized. I'll duplicate that background plate, and I'm going to name this one right fist tracking clip, and I'll duplicate it again, and I'll name the other one left fist tracking clip. And what these are going to essentially do is provide us with individual clips where we can go through and we can use planar tracking, specifically Mocha Pro. We'll just go ahead and use Mocha AE because it comes with After Effects. If you guys are using a more modern version of Adobe After Effects, then you'll have Mocha AE built in. And so I'm going to shut off the top clip, and we'll just select the right fist, which is this one right here. We're going to do this one first. And I really only want to track from about this point in time. This is when he like throws his fist, into his final kind of position. This is him when he generates that fire. And it looks like I already kind of have a marker here in the composition from an earlier pass here. So I'm just going to stick with that same marker. And if I select the right fist tracking clip, one way that you guys can essentially cut your clip, and essentially doing what we're doing here, where we're not moving it so that it begins from the beginning frame 0 at this point in time. What we're doing is we're just trimming it so that it starts from that point in its own I guess timeline. If I do Alt open bracket, that will just go ahead and trim it up to that moment in time. And once we've done that, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new null object as well. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to hold down Alt, and we're going to hit the open bracket key. And we also could have just hit the open bracket key for this one, because it doesn't matter if it's, from the beginning of the clip or whatever. Essentially it's just a null object here. It's nothing fancy about it. The null object here, for those who aren't familiar with using null objects, is a great way for you to collect tracking data and then paste that tracking data onto the null object, so that anything that you want to track to, like in this case our fist, we can tell it to follow the information that our null object contains. And so I'm just going to shut it off here with click this little eyeball to make it unvisible. And we'll select our right fist tracking data clip, and we're going to go ahead and get started with the tracking process. So we'll go to Effect, and under the Boris FX Mocha dropdown, you'll see Mocha AE. I also have got Mocha Pro because I'm a Pro subscriber to the software, but we're just going to go ahead. We're going to be using Mocha AE. You can also find it under Animation here. If you drop down, there is Track with Boris FX Mocha. But we're just going to work out of the effects dropdown. We'll go to Boris FX Mocha, and we'll choose Mocha AE. All right. Now, it doesn't look like it did anything. We have to click over here on our effects panel with this clip highlighted, and that will show a list of all of our effects. In this case, we've got the Mocha AE effect. You will also want to make sure before you launch Mocha here from the effects panel that you are looking at a full resolution preview panel. If this was at like third or half resolution and I tried to launch Mocha, it's going to give me a warning telling me that it's going to work best if I set it to full res. You don't have to, but you're not going to get as good of a track if you don't. So I, by default, will leave that at full resolution. And then I'll select this Mocha logo here in the effects panel, and that is going to launch Mocha AE for us. And you'll just have some dialog boxes that open up kind of right there at the beginning. We'll just close those. But here is essentially our clip from that very point in time where we trimmed it to, all the way here to the end. Now, one rule that I like to follow when doing planar tracking, it's different than traditional tracking, such as like a camera solve or like a 3D camera tracker, because what it's doing is it's looking at planes of images or image data. So it's essentially just looking for information within inside of a boundary that you set. And so I like to find a place in the clip where the fist, in this case, is in focus and also not too far away or not too close and out of focus from our camera here. So It's kind of blurry here, but as I scrub forward, it does kind of get a little bit more in focus. And we're going to draw a shape around our fist. So if I come up here, there's a little magnifying glass tool. If I select that, I can click with the left mouse button and scroll up, and that will let me zoom in our comp window. And then holding down the center scroll wheel button, it brings up kind of a like a hand tool, very similar to After Effects, where I'm able to move the footage around our comp window and just center it up a little bit better. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to draw a mask to track the image data inside of it. So we're going to use this X-spline tool up here. It looks like a little inkwell pen with an X above the corner. If we select that, you're going to use your left mouse button and you're going to click and make points around the outer edge of his fist. And then when you're done, you'll finish it off by selecting your right mouse button, and that will finish the process. Now, I don't want to do all of his fist. I think, mainly this is where we want the fire dagger to originate from, and we have a lot of these nice shadowy areas and areas of detail. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just kind of try to contain that image data. You want things that will look unique and will stay with the shot the whole way through. And so this is kind of what I decided to create the shape out of. His fist is going to consistently have these shadowy areas and then these highlighted areas. There's measures of contrast that's different between those two areas. And so it's something that Mocha Pro should do a pretty decent job at tracking. So once we've drawn that layer, we'll come up here where it says layer 1. We'll double click there and we're just going to name this right fist. All right, we just keep things organized. And if you guys don't see the same workspace that I have, there's a workspace drop down here and you guys can choose classic. That's the workspace that I'm working in right now. And it will show a couple different timeline controls here. You want the ones that have the letter T inside of them. And we're just going to go ahead. We're going to click this track forward play button and watch what happens. That mask is going to stay perfectly positioned on our fist. It's going to scale up with our fist, and that is going to provide us with tracking detail such as rotation, scale, and position, which is extremely, extremely important. And we'll look at kind of a before and after. Before this type of technology was available, you'd have to go in and do that by hand, and it was extremely tedious. I'm going to go back to where that green marker is. That's where we drew the mask initially. And now I'm just going to do the same thing in reverse. I'm just going to track backwards. And it does look like there was a little bit of a hiccup. Looks like it was right at this point, right, as that hand passes behind. So I'm going to just zoom in here. And using our selection tool, if I come to the outer edge of our box, I can just reposition this. And then I can just go back frame by frame and make sure that anytime it shifts position, that we're okay. And then I'll track backwards the rest of the way. And so let's see what this looks like. Wasn't a perfect track. Oh, oh Lord. I adjusted the endpoint. Just ignore all of my shenanigans. All right, so we've got a nice track here. Now, what do we do with this track? Okay, with Mocha Pro, you can export this as, like you can copy it to the clipboard and paste it onto any object you want. But in this case, we're just going to click the X button at the top left corner or top right corner of the screen. But you want to make sure that you choose Save. And that's going to close Mocha Pro, but it's going to save the track that we just did. And if we drop down under the effects panel with this clip still selected, there's a tracking data drop down. And if you have Pro, there'll be more options here. But let me just kind of show you what this did here. If I were to actually, let's wait to do the tracking data. If I drop down matte here and I clicked on view matte, what you guys will see here is we have an alpha matte now with that shape data. And you guys can see how it gets bigger, it rotates, it gets closer to the camera. We can also create an After Effects mask, right? Where now if I were just to solo this clip, we've got a mask that is cutting out our video footage. We're not going to do that. So essentially, you guys can use it to create mask or matte data. You guys can also just hit create tracking data, and we'll make sure that that right fist option is selected and hit OK. And now you're going to see a 5-point track on his fist, right? And this is essentially kind of like a corner pin track where it knows our center, it knows our left, right, top, and our left, right, bottom values. And so now what we're going to do is take that tracking data we just created and we're going to apply it to our null object that we made. If you guys remember me talking about this process, we'll hit the enter key here. We'll just type in right fist tracking null object. Okay, just keeping things kind of organized and clean for us. If with this track selected, I chose the export option under our tracking data dropdown to transform, and I chose to export that data onto our right fist tracking null object, and I select apply export. Now what you're going to see here is this null object is going to get pick whipped essentially, or connected to the center tracking marker, and it's going to rotate and it's going to scale up and it's going to be repositioned throughout time, and it stays with our fist. And so now, guys, we can essentially, if I go back to project here, I'm just going to import a random image from my computer here. Let's see here. Just go to my desktop to do this. I think I've got like some water bottles or something. You know what? No, we'll use our stock 3D logo. If you guys were with me the other day, I jumped on here and I essentially showed everybody a cool product I made called Stock 3D. So we're going to just position this, and I'm going to use the pan behind tool just to make the anchor point, here at this end. So if I rotate it, it rotates around that anchor point. What we'll do is we'll position this so that it lines up with his knuckles here. And this would be simulating essentially our fire blast, okay? If I were to then pick whip this to parent it to our null object, and I did an Alt open bracket, Control Z, Alt open bracket so that it starts at this point, watch what happens. This image now will track, scale, rotate, get bigger, smaller, all that kind of fun stuff as we move around in our scene. So it is now taking that tracking data we just exported and it's persisting itself onto this image because the image is taking that data that's been applied to our null object. If I were to go into our transform dropdown, you're going to see that there is a position keyframe for the position, scale, and rotation for each frame of our null object now. It's all there. And that's what this image is referencing. That's what it's pulling that detail and that data from. So we've got that track. Let's do that all over again. Let's go ahead and do the same thing now for our left fist. And I don't think that I need to, walk you guys through it quite as much as I just did a minute ago. We'll take our left fist tracking clip, Alt, open bracket. I'll make a new null object, and I'll just rename it now. Left fist tracking null object. Okay, we'll select our clip. We'll go to Effect, Boris FX. We'll choose Mocha AE. In our effects panel, we'll choose Mocha, and that will relaunch Mocha here for us. We'll close our panels. I will scrub in our timeline until I've got a nice shot of our fist. In fact, right there at the very end is a good spot. Take my spline tool here, and I will just draw a shape around our fist. I'll right click to end it, and then I will just track backwards. that looks like it gave us a real nice track. Yes, it did indeed. I'll just rename this left fist track, or just left fist is fine. We'll close it. We'll hit save. We'll drop down our tracking data. We'll hit create track data. We'll choose that left fist layer we just made and we'll hit OK. As you guys see now, we've got a track for his fist. We'll choose transform as our option. We will choose to have it affect our left fist null object. I'll make sure that our left fist null object is at the origination point of kind of where I want to have the fire dagger emit from. I will also alt open brackets so that I start the null object at the same frame as our clip, and we'll hit apply export. And so now our tracking null is going to get bigger. It's going to rotate and scale. It doesn't have to be proportionately the same size as the other one. It's perfectly fine if it's a little smaller because it doesn't actually need to reference anything on this side. It's essentially just going to be applying that tracking data or holding it, I guess, in place so that whatever object we put there, in this case, if I took this stock 3D logo again, and I kind of just orientated it, started it at that layer, and I just pick whip it or parent it to our left fist tracking data, you'll see that it follows and tracks in relation to the changes that this null object has. Very simple, guys. Essentially what we did was we just real quickly, we tracked the fists using Mocha Pro, using planar tracking. We then took and applied that tracking data to a null object so that we'd had somewhere to hold the data. And then when we get ready to create our Fire Dagger assets, we're able to essentially attach those to the null object's tracking data. So I'm just going to real quick kind of turn my attention for a moment over to our live stream. For those who are tuning in and watching right now, we've had people popping in and off for the last hour or so. And let's see what time it is. It's only 6:35, so we're just inside of 40 minutes into the tutorial portion. Does anybody have any questions so far who's watching at home? Any questions about Mocha, or do you, excuse me, would you like me to retouch on something or specify maybe a point that didn't quite come across clear? I'll give you guys about a minute or so to pop in and ask any questions you guys might have in the chat. This way I can make sure that everybody's still following along and that we're good to go. Right now I'm offering about a minute's time for anybody who has questions about what we've done so far. As you guys can see, if you're just popping in, we have essentially tracked and applied the tracking data to some null objects for the position data, as well as the scale and rotational data of our actors' fists. Because when we add in the fire daggers, that is going to be useful to attach that data or attach those daggers to his fists here. About 30 more seconds, guys, for anybody who wants to hop in and ask a question. I'd be happy to review any particular step that we've taken so far. Let me ask you guys a question. I want you guys to interact with me, guys. This is the whole point of this is to be able to have some fun and interact. For those who are watching right now, let me ask you this. Type yes or no in the comment section. Have any of you guys done planar tracking with software such as Mocha? Have you guys used Mocha before? It can kind of be a daunting program to get into. I know that I didn't touch it for years because it just felt like it was a whole nother piece of software that I'd have to teach myself how to use from scratch, and that scared me a bit. All right, you guys are shy this morning. Nobody is chatting with me. That's all right. Let me just make sure. Actually, we do have some questions here. All right, cool. I needed to change to live chat in my drop down here. So we got P Music 22. When would you use Mocha AE versus other tracking effects within After Effects? That is a great question. It really comes down to what it is that you're trying to track. In this case, I needed to essentially isolate the movement of one portion of our actor's body. And we can visibly see his fists in this case, or his face or his clothes later on, and it never actually goes out of view. And so a planar tracking tool like Mocha would be great for doing this. Mocha is capable at the pro level of the software, but not essentially the most effective option when it comes to doing like 3D camera tracking. And so I think before we start building out our Fire Dagger assets, we'll do a camera solve to kind of show you what that would look like. But when you guys want to create a virtual version of your real camera, and essentially create a digital camera that moves in the exact same manner that your real camera used, so that you can put 3D objects into the scene and have them feel like they were there when they were filmed originally. An example being here, this tree that I comped in. We did a 3D camera solve and created a virtual camera and essentially turned an image layer into a 3D object. And I'll show you guys kind of what that looks like here in a little while. But when you want to comp in something three-dimensionally, like put some text into a shot, we've all seen those movies where like it's got some opening titles, but they track and move with the camera as though they were originally inside that shot, like they were filmed with the real camera. You would do a camera track or do what's called a 3D camera solve. And there's lots of useful third-party applications that can do that, P-Music. There's also a built-in camera tracker here inside of After Effects. You also have a point tracker, which is a little bit more manual, and it's been something that's been with After Effects for a long time. But if I were just to duplicate our background plate again, move it up to the top here, and I went to animation, and I chose track motion, okay? I can essentially put this tracking marker like over his eye. And so this outer box is where it will search, and the inner box is what image I want it to look for. And I don't want it just to track one location. I also want to track the rotation and the scale, right? And so when you choose rotation, it will create another tracker. And if I pressed play here, it's going to do its very best, and it doesn't work really all that great, but it's going to do its very best to essentially track those 2 points in relation to one another, which allows you to do some cool things. You can see kind of the tracking markers that it's introduced. This is useful for when you're doing things like adding bullet wounds to an actor. Oh, sorry. When you're adding things like bullet wounds to an actor's chest, you might use a point tracker. I would still potentially use the planar tracker like Mocha. It just does things so much better for you. And then the last type of tracking that you may consider doing would be like a warp stabilizer, which isn't necessarily a form of like tracking so much as it is something that After Effects does internally to apply a specific type of effect. And so I'll give you another example of what like a warp stabilizer would do, but it's a type of like effect that steadies your camera's movement. So if you have like really shaky footage, you might be able to get away with doing a warp stabilizer effect, which, essentially you got some different options here. You can choose if you want it to smooth the motion or if there's no motion. You can choose like how much smoothness you want to use, what type of method you want it to use. So subspace warp will actually kind of like warp the footage a little bit in order to stabilize it. But you also have just like position, scale, and rotation, which will, like scale up and rotate your footage so that you have a smoother effect. You can also preserve the scale. You can do framing. There's an advanced drop down where you can do a detail analysis and choose between cropping less around the outer edge of your footage or smoothing more. In this case, I think we'll do more smooth. and it's going to just analyze that in the background, and that has this little banner here uh, that will let us know kind of what it's at, and it's only 93 frames, so I'll let it uh, I'll let it export out. We got another question here. VT Gaming, is it okay if you provide this footage just for practice? VT, I am working on getting permission to do that. Right now, this is an unreleased project, and therefore I don't have the rights to release it. Probably until the film is done and distributed. Once it's on YouTube, I think it might be something that the creators may be okay with. They've certainly provided me with the go ahead to, use it for this tutorial, but I do not have permission uh, to distribute it. So back kind of in here with the warp stabilizer, you'll see now that these tracking data points, these null objects, don't perfectly line up with the fist. And the reason for that is this top shot where I did the warp stabilizer, it's now a much smoother dolly track shot where it's just everything feels a lot more centered, a little bit less handheld. If I shut that off and showed you the original, there's a lot more swaying back and forth. So, I mean, they did a pretty decent job already from the get-go. You can kind of see the difference if I toggle this back and forth on and off. So that would be another example of a type of tracking that's available in After Effects for like, just essentially taking some shaky footage, making it a little less shaky. That being said, we are going to be touching in on the camera tracking portion. And I think that might be a good thing to move into here real quick is, let's just go ahead and set up our scene for all the different types of tracking that we're going to need to achieve this effect. So we've tracked our fists. We have the tracking data now necessary to create the effect where when we apply our fire daggers, they'll move with the actor's fists. So let's talk about doing that camera tracking solve where we create essentially a 3D camera that has all of the same movement that a real world camera has, so we can put that tree in over here on the right hand side. So I'm going to take our background plate here, and I'm just going to go up to animation, and I'm going to come down and I'm going to select track camera. And this will bring up our 3D camera tracker in the effects panel. And right away, it's just going to start by saying that it's analyzing in the background, but we're going to make a couple of changes. First of all, our shot type, you've got two choices. You got fixed angle of view, or you got variable zoom. There's actually a third choice where you can specify your angle of view, but we're going to say variable zoom because the camera looks as though it is zooming in. It's really just being pushed like a dolly track toward our actor, but the computer doesn't know that. It thinks that it's just zooming in this case. Under the advanced dropdown, we've got the solve method. So you have a couple different options. You've got a tripod pan at the very bottom. And just imagine this like the camera's sitting on a tripod and you're panning it left and right, but the camera itself isn't actually moving anywhere in the scene. It's staying in one position, and it is essentially just moving left to right. A mostly flat scene is typically used when you are filming against a flat backdrop kind of area. So if we were just doing a left to right dolly pan and we just had like some trees off in the distance, or the ocean or a wall or something, then that would be an example of a mostly flat scene. Auto detect is just going to let the software detect and pick its best idea of what it's looking at. And then you have typical, and typical is what I'm going to use here. And anytime you make a change, it is going to resolve your camera. P Music says super thorough and helpful. Thanks, Levi. Hey, man, you're absolutely welcome, man. I really appreciate that you're tuning in today and that you're interacting. I definitely want to be able to chat with you guys and answer any of these questions. We're also going to select the detailed analysis box, which will actually restart the entire track. And what this is going to do is it's going to essentially try to create tracking data that has less degree or less percentages, I guess you could say, of potential bad data, right? So the tracking points that it's looking for, if it loses it or if it shifts more than a certain percentage, it will just throw that tracking point out and not use it. And that's what it does when it does the detailed analysis pass. You'll see that there's an average error um, value here that will pop into effect once our camera gets solved. And so it's doing the solve process now. Looks like it's almost done. But essentially, when you do create a 3D camera track, you want to really pay attention to the type of shot you had, as well as what type of solve you think it's going to need based off of that data. Now, if I zoom in here, you guys are going to see there's all of these little dots or these little tracking markers now. And these represent different positions or different points in our footage that After Effects was able to essentially see over the entire duration of your clip, at least what it thinks it could, and track each of these individual points' positions. And when they're really small, like way off in the distance, that just means that it's really far off away from the camera. And then the things that are closer to our camera, such as our actor here, you'll see it has much larger dots. So I'm actually going to come over here. You have a track point size and a target size. If I increase the track point size, that will actually just kind of make all of our tracking points a little bit bigger. And really, what I should have done was probably cut our actor out of the shot so that it wasn't trying to track any of his details. But that's fine. It did a good job tracking everything else. And I know for matter of fact that I want to put a tree over here on this side. And so, I might potentially look at the three-dimensional location of some of these tracking points, or I might look at the three-dimensional space of these track points. And so what I typically will do is I'll select 3 or 4, sometimes 5 or 6 tracking points. And if I right-click on them, it will allow me to create a text with a camera or a solid or a null object with the camera. I'm going to create a null and a camera. So when I select that, what it will do is it will create a null object here, and I can just scale it up, make it a little bigger so we can see it. And I can also just rotate it so that it's facing towards us. And you'll see that this null object has its own position in 3D space, and it's staying stuck to that tree. And it is a 3D object. And you'll know that it's a 3D object because right here in our timeline, it has this little box checked under the 3D object or the 3D layer toggle. And so if you want to turn any layer into a 3D object, this is what you'll do. Now, here's the difference, and this is really going to get into the question that PMusic22 asked. Like, he was asking, what some of the differences were, or what some of the different use cases were for creating different types of tracking, or using different types of tracking, tools out there. I should mention that, we've got these two null objects here. And it looks as though as the camera gets closer that they are also getting closer to the camera. Like they're actually moving towards the camera. Realistically, they're not because we didn't do a 3D camera track when we did that. All we did was track the planar image data of his fists, and that image got larger as the camera got closer to the actor. And so really, it's a 2D null object that's just facing directly ahead, right at the viewer, right at you guys and myself, and it just gets bigger and it rotates and its position changes based off that tracking data. Now this null object is a 3D null object because what we did was we essentially tracked a 3D representation of our scene. And so all these small dots represent things further off. The big dots are things up close, like our actor, and the middle-sized dots are things in, kind of in between that space, such as the trees, not way off in the background, but also not as close as our actor. And so when we selected the tracking points that represented where these tracking points were, essentially finding the data from, it has a 3D space. And so if I were to just go ahead here, Right now, our active view is our active camera. If I put this to top view and I zoom out here, we'll actually see there's a 3D camera that as I push towards or forward in time, you'll see that it actually does a couple things. It's zooming, right? The focal length gets a little wider or a little longer, but then the camera itself is also moving towards or into our scene. And so if I were to then click on our null object, and one thing I'm going to do here is I want to say composition settings. Yes, let's turn our background color so that it's not red. That's a little annoying. It might even be better just to go to front view. Here is our 3D null object, and we're not actually seeing the view of our camera. We're kind of sitting, I guess, what would be behind or in front of our camera at this point. But you'll see here that the position of our 3D null object isn't moving the same way the other two are. And the reason is because they're not moving. They look like they're moving three-dimensionally with perspective. They're getting bigger and they're moving towards our camera, but really they're just scaling larger. Whereas this null object has a fixed point in 3D space. And so if I go back to our active camera, as our camera pushes towards our scene, you'll now see that it is moving, or it looks like it's moving because it's against that background plate. But really, it is just staying in its position in 3D space. You got an X, a Y, and a Z. And so as the camera moves, it looks like that null object is moving, but really it's not. And so why did I do this? I did this because I want to know exactly how far away from our camera these trees are so that I can take this null object now and I can move it to the other side and kind of position it, just rotate it. It still has the same depth or the distance from our camera. So if I were to, shift around or move around through our scene, you're going to see that it still moves the same way. But if I were to go and get a picture of a tree, and I might have one from earlier. Yeah, I'll just grab this image here. And this isn't going to be the final one that we go with, but if I double clicked on it and just took my pen tool and just did a real quick mask around this tree. What I'm doing, when you create masks, for those who don't know, it's like using scissors and you're cutting essentially out of the original image. Okay, so we've got a tree now. I can take this tree and hit that little 3D icon and turn it into a 3D object. And so now it has its own position in 3D space. So if I hit the P key to bring up position, you're going to notice here that there are now 3 fields. If I go to any of our 2D objects and I hit the P key, they only have 2 for its position. It's X position and it's Y position. But a 3D object has position in 3-dimensional space, moving away from you or closer to you. The same way in real life, when you look out off into the distance, a mountain is going to have a 3D position that's Z space is like way off in the distance. So what I want to do is take the position of that third object, or excuse me, that null that we created, that's sitting right here, that 3D null. It has a crazy position in 3D space, 5,695.8581. If I copied that and I pasted it so that the tree was also that distance away from our camera, it's going to be very small now, but I can just scale it up, make it bigger, and I can position it now at that distance from the camera. And if I turn off our mask tool, I can make it a little wider. Oop. I can rotate it. And so now, if I did this right, it should track into our scene and look as though it were in the shot originally, because it is now essentially being assigned a position in 3D space. It's not keyframed because it's just sitting in that space, in three-dimensional space. So if I go back to that top view, it may be really hard to see here. You know, the focal length of our camera is just really crazy. I should probably have adjusted that. But if I go to, let's just say the front view, like we had before, okay? Here's our tree now. And if let's go to left view. Let's see what left view looks like. Unfortunately, I'm just not going to be able to get a good image or good view of that 3D tree from any other view other than this one right here. And so, you know, what I might do with this is, you know, I drew a mask on this tree, okay? So I might just, you know, feather it a little bit so it's not as sharp. And we might actually just go to effect and go to like color correction, exposure, and pull the exposure for it down, make it a little darker. I'm just adjusting our offset and our gamma so that it doesn't wash out and look all too funny. But now we have a tree that's comped into our scene and looks as though it respects the same three-dimensional space that the other tree does. And so this is how I framed in our actor and created a 3D pass. And so this would be an example of creating P Music, a 3D camera track that essentially what you're doing is you're creating a fake camera. And I showed that to you in our top view here. I got to zoom way out, but this is our fake camera, okay? And it's moving towards our scene, okay? And then what we did was we created a null object in the process, which you can actually see from our front view. Here's our null object, okay? That null object just sits in 3D space. It never changes its X, Y, or Z position. Then we took our tree and we cut it out. It's just an image, but we turned it into a 3D object and we gave it a position that matched the Z space, and then we just kind of moved it around to where we wanted it in our scene. And so you can't really see it, unfortunately, right now, but the camera is pushing inwards towards our comp here way off in the distance. And so it will pass by or get very close to the cutout of this tree. I wish I had a better way of showing you guys this. But essentially, the view here that we have in the camera, or in the scene, is the view that our camera, our virtual camera has. It's the view that our camera sees. Okay, so that would be one example, one way of how we went ahead and did that. Now, I also put driftwood in front of that tree on the ground, and it added in some real nice perspective as well. And I did pretty much the same thing. You know, what I do is I'll just double click to import. In fact, you know what? We might just need to do a search here. So we'll open up Google Chrome, we'll type in driftwood image. I might even throw the word PNG in there because that should give us some transparent backgrounds. We'll go to images and we'll search around. We'll find some nice looking driftwood. It's kind of a nice one, but when it has that checker background inside the preview, typically it's not truly transparent. This one here might actually work really well. We could probably do a lumen key on it. So I'm just going to right click, save image as. We'll do it in our downloads. We'll just call it drift. Okay, we'll go back into After Effects and we'll import it. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to do that Luma pass. So I'll go to Effect, Obsolete. We'll do a Luma key, and we'll choose Key Out Brighter. Probably not the best way of doing this. It's a problem with doing these things kind of on the spot. These video tutorials is you usually don't have a prepared file. You know, you're just kind of going with the flow. You know, you're trying to take advantage of that that creative energy that you have in the moment and just running with it. So let me see if I can find a better one here. This one just has a PNG website. So we'll just go ahead, we'll download it here. Don't want to create an account anywhere. Okay. Might have caught a virus or two there, but we'll see what happens. I'm just going to go ahead and import those images. They are PNG images. Perfect. I will just go ahead and cut out the one here on the right using the mask tool. I'll rotate it like such. I'll scale it up. Oop. I'm not even going to worry about scaling it up right now because we need to make it a 3D image. And then we need to take that Z position from the previous one and assign it to the Z position here. And then scale it up. We're going to move it down into place. But then we're actually going to take it at its Z position and we're going to pull it toward the camera. So now it is closer to the camera than our tree is. And so there should be some parallax. Let's scale it down. So you guys can see now, because it's closer to the camera, I pulled it closer to us in Z space. It will actually shift in position a little differently. There's parallax now between those two images. Something that's real nice to do. I might also just go to Effect. We'll go to Matte. We'll just do a Refine Hard Matte. And just kind of cut out some of that white that we saw. And then we'll go to Effect. We'll just color correction. We'll do exposure. We'll bump up its exposure. We'll do Effect, color correction, tint. And we won't leave it at 100%, but what that's going to do is it's going to kind of give us a matched color compared to the background stuff that's back there. There we go. We've got something that kind of helps keep the tree, kind of in a cheated 3D space, right? You got stuff behind it. Now we've got some stuff in front of it as well. I might even be able to duplicate it. Okay. Control D. We can spin it around like this. Just kind of duplicate it a little bit. Move it back in 3D space. And so now this stuff should move even more differently. So you see the stuff in the front here moves quicker, the stuff behind it moves a little slower, but then our tree moves the slowest. And so you've got some nice 3D perspective there cheated in essentially, which gives us an overall good look. So we're coming along here. I think what's next now, guys, and this is probably what the majority of you have been waiting on, but I think the next thing that we should do is start building out our Fire Dagger assets. So I'm going to just import some stuff here that I've got, and I'll kind of give you guys a breakdown of where you can find similar footage, and I'll also make available my Fire Dagger asset that I ended up with, the end result of kind of where I got to. And this will at least, in the very least, I think it was what VT Gaming was asking if I could provide this footage for practice. I can't do that, but I should be able to provide some of the final pre-multiplied or pre-matted torch effects that I have. So I'm just going to import all of these files here. And where I got these is we essentially have a subscription with our team, our post-production team, with a website called Footage Crate. And Footage Crate is essentially a asset resource for visual effects compositors. In fact, you know what? I'll just pull up their website here real quick. So Footage Crate has got like fire elements, dust, natural stuff like, I don't know, tornadoes, dirt and debris, magic powers, muzzle flashes. These are all pre-made like stock footage elements that you can click and drag and put over top of your footage. And they have a subscription model, which is very affordable. And that's kind of how we got some of our hands. Anything that says Footage Crate was pulled from the Footage Crate website. I also did pull some free videos off of YouTube, that were over a black background. And that allowed me to also create, some pretty cool layers into our Fire Dagger asset. PMusic22, I see that a message got retracted. Did you have another question before I continued on? If you do have another question, feel free just to type it back in there, but I'll take a look at it. But let's get started here with creating these Fire Dagger assets, right? We've got the tracking data. We've got some 3D elements kind of pulled in. And I think what I might do is just pull the exposure down a little bit. On these foreground pieces of driftwood. I don't want them to stick out too much. And we'll play around with those in a little bit. We'll add some camera blur to them to simulate depth of field. I mean, when we kind of go through our final pass, we'll have a chance to kind of, clean things up. And that's kind of what I'll do here real quick. This null object here was a 3D tree distance null That gave us the distance of our trees so that we could comp in some other stuff. This was our 3D tree. It's actually just a picture that we turned into a 3D object. And then we've got driftwood. And which one is it? This is front. This is the one that was in front. And driftwood back. This is behind the other one. We'll also layer it down below. We'll take all of these and we're just going to drag them to the point where they are right above our background plate. Okay. I think we're actually going to have it above. Actually, no. So the reason why it was disappearing is we have our right fist tracking clip and our left fist tracking clip. We just shut those off actually. In fact, we can hide these if we click these little, what are they called? The shy layer selectors. And we hit the matching icon up here. It will actually just hide or unhide anything that you have toggled down. And so we're just hide those right now because we didn't actually need them so much as, we wanted to essentially have something to apply our Mocha AE effect to independently for each of those fists. Earlier, P music. Oops, sorry about that. Just enjoyed the rabbit hole of looking for elements online. Very relatable. Are you referring to the what was it? Our footage crate suggestion? Are you talking about that, or are you talking about other stuff, so to speak? Let me know. But we're going to get started here with these fire daggers. And so what we did here, I'll just kind of click through these. I've got different video clips, and these are filmed over black backgrounds, and they're just different torch elements. Some are like campfire elements that are spiky, which do a great job at, such as this one, at essentially giving us something to wrap the edge of our daggers with. They also have some sparks in there. I've got a couple of those. They're called spiky flames. I've got a stuttering flame tall, and I think this makes up kind of the central part or the inner dagger. It also has some sparks. We've got another clip here. This is kind of a afterburner, from like a jet engine type thing. Here's another example of the afterburners just from a different angle. I've got this downward. This is kind of, I think, probably, it says flamethrower, but, and you could use this as a flamethrower, certainly. But I really feel like this is more like, kind of like one of those oxyacetylene torches. And they just haven't, somewhere around here it was a little bit more high pressure, and then they just kind of turned down the flow of the gas. So it wasn't as intense and hot. I don't think I'm going to use this ghostly flame wisp. I don't think I used that one. I actually don't even think I used this downward angled one. Just going through doing some cleanup here. All right, so click back over into our composition here. Let's get started. So I'm going to go to where the first right fist tracking null object begins. Okay. All right. Let me go to that very first frame. And I'm going to start looking around for some assets to use. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just lay down a base layer. And we're going to have to scale this down. Now, this is filmed over a black backdrop, okay? So what we might need to do is there's a couple different ways you can potentially remove the black. If you click under mode here, this is blending mode. Normally it's set to normal. If you went to luminescent pre-mol, sometimes it will remove it. It depends on if there's an alpha channel on the footage. There isn't in this case. Also, add or screen will also remove the background in a lot of instances. And in this case, that's exactly what it did. You can also use tools like Red Giant. They have like an unmult effect. After Effects has also got an unmult effect. It's essentially just going to apply two different effects to it, like a shift channels effect and whatnot, and it's essentially just going to remove the black. But we need to tint this orange now. So once I've gone through and I've changed the transfer mode to add, which removed our black, if I go to effect and I go to color correction and I go to change to color, okay? And with the effects controls open, if I select one of the blue areas, and a lot of times what I like to do is I like to just have the two be the same color blue, but then when I click into it and I open it, I'll turn it and change it into an orange color. I'll also tell it to change the hue, lightness, and the saturation. And I'll increase the hue until the entire dagger is almost orange. Just hue and saturation, I think, for this one. For the other ones, we'll probably have to use the lighting as well, but just hue and saturation seems like it's doing fine. We'll adjust the hue. The hue is kind of the color. The lightness is, the brighter spots of the clip. In this case, there's not really much there. It's pretty flat. Saturation is, essentially the amount of color that's integrated, right? So by far and far, this brighter blue versus this darker blue is going to have different levels of saturation. And so you'll see that as I adjust this, it takes, pushing it around and just adjusting that layer until it is all orange. Okay. And once that's done, we've got a keyed clip that's of orange color. We might go to effect and add a glow to it by going to stylize and choosing glow. And we'll probably pull the threshold down. We don't want to go too crazy, although it does get kind of cool looking. We can turn the radius way up. Turn the intensity down. In fact, I'm just going to pull the intensity back into and I'm going to put that threshold up. The higher the threshold value, the more it clamps the amount of glow. The glow radius is its spread. Okay, so where it does glow, how close to those areas does the radius of the glow, the spread of it, get impacted? It actually does kind of look cool when you turn that threshold way down. We're just going to leave the glow off for now, I think, and keep building and keep layering. The next thing I'm going to do is grab our spiky footage one. So if I scale this down, you see we got some spiky flames here. And I'll turn these to add and see what happens. It does get rid of it. I can stretch it and squish it. Probably doesn't need to stretch as far. Rotate it a bit and layer it just right on top of the other element. Probably make it a little bit taller. I'll do that again with the next spiky footage. They are two different clips, so they should theoretically, create enough of a difference between the two of them. Let me scale this down. Might even just reverse it. Okay. I'm gonna make this one a little skinnier so it kind of sits inside of our animation rather than, pushing to the edges. All right, what else do we got here? I'm pretty sure with this one, what I did was turn it to add. I made this one also very small, and I made this one be more or less the inside of our dagger. You know, kind of the core, because it's got some real bright yellow junk going on with it that I didn't particularly like. And so I think what I did here was I shifted it down in time until that brightness wasn't as overwhelming. And then messed with the blending mode, holding down shift and hitting, in this case, the minus key until it gave me a look I liked. Something like this. You know, I'm not in love with it. We'll just leave it at add for now. I'm going to use the pan behind tool to set the anchor point at this end so that when I stretch this clip, it doesn't stretch in both ways. It just stretches to the right. I'll make it a little smaller. So I'm just layering these and playing with the transfer modes on them to give me different looks, to give me different, you know, vibes, so to speak, for these fire daggers. But ultimately, what you're going to end up left with doing this, because again, I don't want to spend like 10 hours on this, that is I have this torch source.mov. This was the end result of my efforts, essentially. You know, I've got all these different layers layered on top of one another. If I just do a quick render preview here real quick, you'll see how fast all the flames are, how they flicker on the edges, how there's some sparks kind of built into them as well. And they're looking very cool. I do really like the way that the end result here turned out. But essentially, you're just going to have to play around with layering all of these other assets together and just adjusting those blending modes, like I said, until you get a look that you are comfortable with and can live with, as well as the order in which they all layer together. We also need to get rid of the blue on some of these various layers. Just copying the change to color onto that last layer we had. And I think the biggest problem that I'm having an issue with right now is these spiky flames. I think I want to move them lower in our comp order. And I think they're also kind of a little bit excessive. I think they're pretty big. Delete that other spiky flame one. That's looking kind of neat. Let's see what that looks like. We have to wait to about this point right here for everything to turn back on. Not too bad. It's actually looking kind of neat. All right, now that that's done, what we're going to do is we're going to pre-compose all of these layers together. So I'm going to select, hold down Shift, and then click on the top layer. We've got 4 layers here. We're going to go to Layer. We're going to choose Pre-compose. And we're going to rename this just Fire Dagger Layers, because these are the layers. It's going to flatten them into like one layer in our timeline, and we can click into it and make adjustments when we need. We are going to make sure that we move all attributes into a new composition, and we'll select OK. And so as you guys see here, we've got a composition now called Fire Dagger Layers, and we are going to need to adjust the blending mode. But I think instead what we'll do is we'll go to our effects and presets, and we're going to type in unmult. And we won't use the Red Giant Universe utilities. We'll use the image utilities that comes pre-built with After Effects, and we'll just double click it. And that should remove our black backdrop rather nicely now. And let's play this back and see what it looks like. In fact, let's do that at like let's do like a half res preview here. There we go. Hello, everybody. Thanks for jumping on the live stream here this morning. If you guys are just popping in, we are creating some avatar fire daggers. I'm walking everybody through step by step what it took to create a shot that I made for an upcoming film. I want to do these types of tutorials weekly here on the Creative Cow YouTube channel, and so if you guys enjoy this, I'd really love it if you guys interacted and asked questions, but if you have some suggestions of future tutorial topics or visual effects that you'd like to figure out how to do, I'm open to suggestions as well. I certainly would love to help accommodate any way I can. All right, it's not too bad. I think there's just a couple issues I see. First and foremost, this stuttering flame. We're just gonna do that. And then this layer here, it's kind of big. Not that one. There we go, that's a little bit better. We'll move that to the bottom. Okay, let's see what that looks like. You know, that inner asset, which I think is this very top one here, just doesn't want to come into view right off the bat. It's frustrating me a little bit. So I just shifted it kind of back in the timeline. And again, I'm just kind of toggling shift minus key through the blending modes until I find a look that respects everything else. Something like this. And I think we got a good looking fire dagger asset here so far. Yes, that's looking very, very nice. Now, why did I pre-comp all this? Let's stop fidgeting around with it. Why did I pre-comp everything? Let me just go back inside here, and I'm just going to make these all larger, and then kind of reposition them on top of one another. So we got this one right here. Then we got this inside. Okay, then we got this. So I'm making these bigger so that inside of our main comp, where these all sit as a single layer, we'll have a larger dagger to kind of source from. And so you'll see here when I go back now that it's going to fit and fill more of our scene. Okay. What we're going to do now is we are going to go to Effect, choose Distort, and choose Mesh Warp. And what this is going to allow us to do now, and we wanted to make sure that our daggers are going left to right as horizontally as possible, because we can increase the column count and increase our row count. And the row count's really where it matters. And now we can kind of start to reshape our fire dagger element. And so give you an example of what I mean. Let me increase that that row count a little bit more. All right, so we can start to bulge out from the center here to give it the impression that we've got, kind of a bulging dagger shape, right? Where it emits, it's real hot, and then essentially we're going to work that into a point. So you guys can see what's happening here with this image data is we're effectively kind of reshaping it along its edge and creating kind of a dagger shape. Let's see what that looks like here now. It's not terrible. I think we probably want to maybe lay off some of the warping here toward the beginning, just a tad. Again, as I said, guys, it's been a minute since I have done this effect. And this is all what visual effects work really is. It's kind of just coming up with creative solutions kind of in the moment. I could even, now that I have this this fire dagger layer effect here, if I just, scale it back up again, I could even start going and layering some things on top of it once more. Maybe not that one, maybe that spiky one. Yeah, this one. So once we have that stuttering flame kind of kick in, you need to go to half res here. I've got the preview. We've got a real neat looking fire dagger asset that we can start to use. And rather than continuing to fudge around with this one, I'm going to use the original one that I created here from my comp, okay? Because I've played around with this, I feel a little too long, and that's kind of one of those bad situations of, just kind of doing this kind of on the fly, so to speak. But this torch one here, if I just apply that unmult effect to it once more, and there we are. We've got essentially a keyed out clip of our fire dagger here, because there's still plenty of stuff that we need to do to it. So I'm going to just try to kind of scooch us along here. If I do the pan behind tool once more, hitting the Y key, I can move the anchor point so that, if I rotate or scale or position or anything like that, we're good to go, and it rotates around the base of our dagger. I'm going to go ahead and find the point in time where I want the dagger to be fully visible. I'm going to angle it and position it right here next to his fist. I'm going to scale it down a bit. All right, and then I'm going to pick whip this to our right fist tracking data null that we made earlier, which is this null object right here. And so now when I hit the 0 key, actually, just undo that real quick. I want to slide this forward in our timeline so that the beginning of the clip is right at this point, and then now I will track it to our left fist tracking data. So when I press play here, my apologies, folks, it needs to be the right fist tracking null object. All right. There we go. Now it is tracking to his fist rather nicely. Just like that. Now we can play with the blending mode of this a little bit. So let's do that. We'll just click on the layer. We're going to hold down Shift and hit the minus key and just kind of go through our blending modes until we find a look that we like. It's probably going to be one of our color ones, like our add or our screen. This one doesn't look too bad. Yeah, that actually looks real nice. We've got some contrast along the edge here. And I'll provide you guys this clip in a download if you like, in terms of the Fire Dagger asset that I result in, because it's really built together with a whole bunch of different stuff. I think what I might do is just shorten it a bit as well. Every time I make an adjustment to like the scale or rotation or position of the asset, I unlink it first. That way I can make the adjustment, because otherwise it's going to only adjust for that single frame. Okay. I think this is going to be where we settle. Linear dodge is what looks real nice with this particular clip. Now let's do that for the other fist as well. So we'll go to that point in time where he's throwing his fist out. Bam, right there. We are going to duplicate this footage. We're going to hit the open bracket key to slide it down to this point in the timeline. Just a little shortcut for you guys here. We'll select none for its tracking data. We will just rotate it now. We'll scale it down just a smidge because it's a little further back than the one up front. We're going to position it where I like it. And then we're going to not put it to the right tracking null object, or the right null tracking object. We're going to select the left null tracking object. And so now this will stay along his left fist. And if you guys missed the point in time where we created that tracking data, you will be able to go back and review this. And I'll try my very best to go put some chapter timelines and things like that in there so that it's easy to find. But this is looking real snazzy now. In fact, I feel like that first fire dagger could just be a little bit bigger. I also don't like the rotation of that very first frame. I'm going to chop that first frame off. All right, scale this up a bit. All right. If you guys have any questions, feel free to jump in the comment section. I do have another screen pulled up so I can see all of the live chat questions. So please hop in there, ask questions as we're going along. For those who weren't here a bit earlier, what we did was we used Mocha Pro. Actually, we just used Mocha AE for that fact to do some planar tracking of his fists. And then we created null objects and applied the tracking data to those nulls. And then what we did here was we put our torch assets, position them where we wanted, and had them, their start frame to go for that very start, the very starting frame of when these Fire Dagger assets tracking datas were created for. In this case, these null objects, and then we just parented them to the nulls of their respective fists. And so now they scale, rotate, and position themselves with the fists. It looks 3D. It is not, however. It is a 2D track, and it does pull off rather nicely, however. But we don't want fire daggers that just pop into view. That's kind of boring, right? So what do we do here? Well, it just so happens what I did was I created, using Trapcode Particular, and I'll give this one to you guys too. I went ahead and created a fire blast ignition, a little puff of smoke, essentially that looks like a fire, like a flamethrower that just cuts off a little too early. So I'm going to turn this to a blending mode of add here so that we can see it over top of our footage. And I'll go in time to when that fire dagger first erupts. And then I'm going to shift around this asset until maybe about right here. Scale it up a bit. I'm going to move it over and I'm going to rotate it. And I'm going to position it over our dagger asset. And I might even scale it up or shift it down in time a little bit more. Maybe about right there. And I'll hit P, I'll hold down Shift, I'll hit S, and I'll hold down Shift even longer, and I'll hit R. And holding down Shift and then clicking the respective transform property shortcuts, P for position, For position, S for scale, and R for rotation, essentially just adds them to our view here. I'm going to select the little stopwatch next to each one of them so that I can keyframe. I'm hitting page up here, and I'm just going frame by frame backwards, and I'm just repositioning this asset so that it follows, rotates, and whatnot to the fist of our actor in this case. Which is why I kind of had it slid forward in time so that the asset essentially comes into fruition. And I might even move it just off frame a little bit there. And so now it hides the frame when the fire dagger comes into fruition, when it comes into view. And so that is the beginning of that effect. We are going to do some color correction now to further sell the effect. First of all, I don't like the blending mode I chose. So we're going to fix that real quick. Secondly, I think we're going to just change the direction in which the fire goes. We might scale it up as well. And we'll probably turn on the blending mode option, or the motion blur, excuse me. It's these three little dots or circles kind of overlapping each other, and that is essentially going to add a blur to those points in time where our asset is keyframed to move its position across a large space of time and a short stretch of time. And I think what we'll do is we will adjust the blending mode. So we'll go through lighten, no, screen, no. And I'm just cycling blending modes. I do this quite a lot. Linear dodge doesn't look too bad. Yeah, I kind of like linear dodge. I like the brightness that comes from it. Might go to Effect and add a glow. It's under the Stylize tab. And I'll increase the threshold to kind of clamp it a little bit. I will probably bump up the intensity and then increase the radius. Just checking to make sure I'm in 32-bit color. I'm not really loving that red outline. So I just adjusted the threshold. I pulled it down to give it more glow, and then I increased the radius to spread it, and then just pulled the intensity down so it's really just making a lot more of the orange glow. And then what I'll do is I will make a new solid, and I'm just going to make like a real hot orange solid, okay? and I'll shut it off for this moment in time. I'm going to create a round mask out of our solid, okay? And if you double click, if you double click on any of the points in the mask, you can actually pull up like the ability to rotate it and reposition it. So I'm going to stick it here, and under transform, or excuse me, under the mask, there is a mask path option, and I'm going to set a keyframe there. And I'm just going to change the position and rotation and make sure that it stays over top of our fire blast here. Even going so far, I just went ahead and turned the opacity down so I could see through. All right. So let's just make sure, yep, it does follow and flow. I'm now going to hit the F key for this mask, and I'm going to spread the feather. If I solo it, you'll see kind of what I'm doing here. I'm also going to hit the M key twice and push the expansion up and increase that feather even more. Make a nice, soft, large mask here. And if I unsolo it and I turn the blending mode to overlay, and I turn its opacity all the way up, and I might need to adjust, if I go to solid settings, the color, because it is a little red. Push it more toward a yellow field here. And I really was after the overlay option. But, I always check the blending modes just to kind of see what's out there. Oops. Keep it at overlay. I'm just going to pull the opacity down a tad, and I'll set a keyframe here for the opacity. And I'm going to go up to the beginning right before it starts, and I'm going to turn the opacity off. And so the opacity should essentially be right about here. Keyframe the opacity to be much brighter, and then by the time it is dissipating, turn off the opacity, which essentially is going to create kind of like a overlaid color correction simulating some sort of light or expansion. And if I duplicate that and hit the F key, and I feathered out the duplicate like real big, and also push the expansion out much, should I push it in or push it out? And I hit the T key to bring up the opacity controls, and I just selected all of them and pulled down the opacity real low. And honestly, I do feel like a little bit of red in there wasn't too bad. I'm going to push it away from the yellows here just a tad. I think I hit new solid instead of solid settings. And play with the blending mode of the fire blast. I think that looks all right. So let's see what that looks like now in full res, full preview. Not too bad. I will just duplicate everything we just did over to the other side, right? So I will just go to this very first frame. I'll duplicate the ignition. I will push it forward in time. I'll hit U to pull up all the keyframes, and I will just delete them. I will then just flip the video layer around so it's facing the other direction. I'll even use the pan behind tool here, just kind of reposition the anchor point. And we'll yeah, something like that. We'll layer this over top. And position, scale, rotation. I'll do a frame up here. Actually, might want to have it start a little bit sooner. I think even sooner yet. I think what we need to do, guys, is have it start when it's all the way over here. Yeah, there we go. I'm just readjusting the position keyframes. Sorry about the indecisive action there. That looks good. Let's play that back. Delete those last two position keyframes, maybe this one as well. You know, unfortunately, I think I just need to have the fire dagger start a couple frames earlier, and that will fix my problem. So if I move it to start a few frames earlier, position it, tell it to take the left fist tracking null object. Delete this last keyframe here. That might have done it. That's a little better. It's not so bad. Okay, I will grab that orange solid. I'll duplicate it. I'll move it over here now. Control D, U. We'll delete all the keyframes. We will move it. What the heck is going on? There we go. We're going to keyframe the mask path again. So the boundaries of our mask or of our layer were getting cut out by the mask here. So what I did was I just selected our mask path, made sure I was on one of the keyframes, and I moved it down. And then I'm just going to move the entire mask layer up, right? So that moves the entire layer as well as the mask itself upwards. And that takes care of that problem for us, kind of. It's only moving that one keyframe. That's annoying. All right, so we're just going to delete those keyframes. We're going to move this mask down, and then we're going to move the entire solid up. Okay. You guys are having some fun just watching me troubleshoot today. Anybody have any questions? Because I have a feeling that I'm causing more questions than the passing of knowledge. All right, excellent. Here at its height, we'll just go to T to bring up its opacity. We'll turn it to like 40% like we did on the other side. And then we will go to the beginning here, turn it to 0. Go to the end here, turn it to 0. Just doing some cleanup. I'm lining up these layers with their respective blasts here. There we go. So we got a little bit of color correction, a little bit of like a fake glow over top of our fire blasts themselves. And things are starting to get a little messy. So if you guys are just kind of popping in for the first time, what we've done essentially is we've done some planar tracking to get tracking data from these fists. We've taken a asset that I built for these fire daggers, and I kind of showed briefly how those daggers might be created. Just adjusting that real quick, reattaching it to the tracking data that we made of these fire dagger assets. I've created a puff of fire to kind of hide when these fire dagger assets come on. We did a 3D camera solve, and from that made a 3D null object from a point or a series of points that were over here on this on these trees here. If I were to pull that camera solve data back up, we essentially selected like these dots and created a camera and a null object, and then I just shifted that null object, essentially across the x-axis so that it was on this side. And then we took its z position data, cut out a tree and some driftwood, which you'll see here at the beginning. I can turn these on and off, and put those in 3D space, and essentially framed our actor in real nice. If I were to shut off that 3D tree, you see it's no longer there. We've gone ahead and, like I said, tracked our daggers to the actor. The next step is going to be creating the simulated lighting on our actor's face and his fists and his clothes. And so that is going to be a real fun technique. But first, I want to just do a little bit of tidying up, okay? So we've got our left and right tracking data, and we've got our 3D camera. I'm just going to put the 3D camera tracker all the way down at the bottom under our footage. We don't really need it for anything. Same thing with our 3D tree distance null, right? We don't really need that. We can actually just shut it off. We've got our background plate, which is our color corrected piece of footage. It also has our 3D camera tracker. We've got our tree then on top of that, and our driftwood in front, and on top of that, it's very important that that stays down at the very bottom above our original piece of footage. We've got our null objects for our fire daggers. I'm just going to hide these for now. We don't need them anymore. We've got our torch sources, which are these fire daggers themselves. And we've got these fire blast knife ignitions, right, which are these puffs of fire, both set to screen. And then we've got these orange solids, which are just, if I were to click on either one of them, just these masks cut out of a solid color, in this case an orange solid. We feathered and did a mask expansion on them, and then just keyframed the mask position, and then keyframed the opacity, and they're set to overlay so that they essentially color the footage behind them. In this case, creating a kind of a fake glow. So if I were to take this first torch source, actually, our very first fire dagger, as well as our first knife ignition. Actually, there's our first, oh goodness gracious, right here. Fire blast ignition with our first torch. We will move these down to the bottom. And I'm just going to rename this one. We're going to name it right torch or dagger. We'll name this right dagger ignition. This next one here, we'll name it left dagger and left dagger ignition. And same thing here, we will take this first solid, we'll just name it right dagger ignition CC glow, and left dagger ignition CC glow. I don't know, guys, I'm just trying to do my best to keep things a little tidy, a little organized. We could probably put those into their own comp, their own pre-comp, and then bring them back in. But we would also need to then go and include these tracking data as well. We're just going to ignore that here for the time being. Let's get ready to create some simulated lighting. And so if you guys remember in the original example here, I've got this nice rim of simulated lighting that comes into view as he is throwing that dagger into existence. You see, so as it fades in real nice, and then it flickers as we move forward throughout the scene. So this is actually done in the exact same fashion as when we created our tracking data of our fire dagger fists. And so we're going to go to the point where about right here, we want that, maybe the point right before, right here, where we want to have that light start to come into view. And we're going to go to our background plate, color corrected footage, and we're going to duplicate it. And we're just going to rename this light rim. We'll call this face light rim track. All right. And we're going to delete the camera tracker that's on this because it was on the background plate when we duplicated it. And we're going to pull this up all the way kind of to the top, right? We're just going to stick this at the very top of our footage. And it's going to cover over top of everything, so you won't actually see any of our effects anymore. But that's fine for this example. We want it to go just to this clip right here, this shot, and we're going to hold down Alt and we're going to hit the begin or open bracket. And that's going to essentially clip or make the starting point of our clip start at the frame here that it's at. And we're going to then go to Effect, Boris FX Mocha, and then Mocha AE. And then we'll click Launch. And we want to make sure we're in full res first. If you guys have been following along with us over the last couple hours, you'll remember that. And this launches Mocha AE. And now we have that top clip starting right before he ignites that dagger here. Okay, so what are we going to be tracking? What are we trying to do here? And I gotta just kind of give my computer a second here because it is having maybe a difficult time here. We're gonna go all the way to the end because I want to follow the same concept that I talked to you guys about earlier. We're finding the closest and most in focus point of our piece of footage that I can, and we're going to be focusing on the face here. What we want to do here is cut out a mask or track out the shape over his face where we want that light to be hitting, right? And so now we have to get our artistic chops out. We have to kind of think about how light catches the face, okay? And we can kind of use some of the detail or data the face already has. We can see some of the, like on the cheekbones, how there's more light being caught. We can see on the bridge of the eyebrow how there's more light being caught because the light's coming in this direction. We can see how in the sunken in portions of his eye socket, how it gets darker because there's less light able to catch that. And then of course, like where his nostril here is completely blocking light from the inside of his nose, the inside isn't catching any light. So we're going to draw a shape kind of that respects that. So we're going to grab our X-spline tool. Actually, I'm going to zoom in here a little bit. Then I'm going to grab the X-spline tool, and I want to find the areas that have light being captured. So we have this spot up here on the brow of his forehead, so we're going to go around that. We have this area on his eyebrows, so we'll kind of do this. The inner portion of the underside before it gets too dark, so we're going to come around this way. And then this whole side of his cheek, his ear, something like that. That's not too bad of a shape. So we've drawn this shape over his face, on his ear, where we think the light is really catching the majority of his face. We might even consider doing part of his nose, although I did not do that in the original shot. But we'll just leave it like this, and we're going to hit that back track key and see how it does in terms of tracking his face here. Not too bad. It pretty much tracked all the way to the beginning. And I think I can live with this, okay? So this is essentially a cutout now of his face. So if we hit the X button and choose Save, if you guys remember earlier when we were applying the tracking data, right? We'd create the tracking data, choose the mask we just drew inside Mocha, and then we'd apply it to a null object. We're not going to do that at all. We're going to go in here to the matte. And if you guys remember how when I clicked on View Matte, it would show a cutout matte based off that mask shape that we just drew. If I were to go back to that very first frame and select Create AE Mask, shut off the View Matte, what that's going to do is it's going to draw a mask and keyframe the mask's shape and position, its mask path, right? You see all these keyframes here that have been put in. The mask path has been essentially keyframed. So earlier, how we were drawing the mask, that circular mask, and we were adjusting and keyframing its position, that's exactly what this is done here, but it's cut out of a video file. And it's this video file right here, which is just a duplicate of our original background plate. And so if you remember when I drug this in here, it covered over everything to include our tree that we put in and all that. Now essentially it's just a cutout from the video of that portion of his face. So what does that mean? I'm going to click this button right here. This will toggle our mask visibility. But if I were to go to Effect now and go to Color Correction and choose Exposure, and I would increase the exposure on this layer that we just cut out, and if I were to increase the feather for the mask on the Mocha layer, actually I'm just going to hit the F key and I will feather it down here. I can feather the edges of these mask lines, okay? And I can increase the exposure. I can also tint it now. So if I go to color correction and I chose, not tint, but tritone, and I chose this center color to kind of be like an orangish, we'll just say we're going to make it orange, okay, and I increase the blend with original a bit. Feather it a tad. We've got this simulative lighting now on his face that was not there here. Now, one additional thing we can do to really pull in the idea that his light three-dimensionally is actually catching this light is we can do what's called a luma matte, right? So with this face trim selected, if I went to Effect, it's under Obsolete in the 2022 version. If I chose a luma key, I have options to key out the darker areas, the brighter areas, similar or dissimilar. If I choose darker, it's going to allow me to, when I increase the threshold, essentially, just solo this layer here real quick. It's going to allow me to key out the darker areas of his face that weren't catching light. I don't want to do it too much. I'll feather the edges, make it real nice and soft. And so now this dimple on his cheek isn't catching as much light as this raised part around the scale of his lip or the highlights or bright spots of his face that were catching it light more naturally, okay? And then what we can do is go to the very beginning frame here. If we hit T to bring up opacity, we just lower it to 0 and set a keyframe. And we go, forward about 2 frames, we can just turn that opacity back up to 100. We can now simulate that the light is being generated or created due to the ignition of this fire asset. It's pretty neat. We can actually have the computer look at the image and find those parts of his face that were already darker, not catching as much light. So the top of this bend in his cheek, and then we've got this part that kind of dips down. I'm not really loving the way that that looks, so what I might do is lower the edge thin amount. Another idea is just to maybe just lower the exposure, which is the effect above the tritone and the luma key, so that the image itself isn't as exposed. It also makes for a more definitive rimmed type light where it's not filling up as much of his face. Oop. Check my preview. Yeah, half res. There we go. It is kind of it's got a weird artifact flickery type thing going on. I think what I might need to do, I'll just feather it more. If we increase that feather amount, there we go, that's not too bad. We might even be able to duplicate this footage here. It's looking real good. If I go to Effect and shows Stylize and select Glow, and I really increase that threshold and turn up the radius, turn up the intensity a bit, and instead of original colors, shows A and B, and shows the bright white and then the dark orange. Add a nice subtle glow to the effect. And what we might need to do is just keyframe the exposure. So right at the beginning, we're going to leave it about right here. We're going to go forward to about here, bump up that exposure, and then as the fire goes away, bump it back down again. See what that looks like to simulate just like a huge burst of light suddenly. I think I might even tint it a little bit more orange. I'll go to Effect, Color Correction, and we'll choose Hue and Saturation. And we'll just shift this until it's into the orangish value. Might have to bump up the saturation to actually see the color. Okay. Turn up the lightness. Might even pull that up above the glow. Could even potentially tell it to pick the original colors for its glow. I'll just work through our blending modes once we're done and see if I can find an option I like better. It's not really what most compositors would suggest you do, it's just something I like to do. Like this is a pretty cool effect if I were to turn the opacity down a tad. All right, last but not least, let's see here. We've got this opacity. If we were to wiggle this up and down, kind of creates the effect. Let me just turn this back to normal. We'll adjust the hue and saturation. The master hue, we'll put that more toward orange. I think I might increase the threshold a bit. Pull down the feather a tad. And that exposure gets pretty bright, so we're going to pull the exposure down a tad. That's looking pretty nice. Okay. So adjusting the threshold a little bit creates this flickering look. And it's at 180 right now. And really between 175 and 185 is where I think it needs to be. So we want to wiggle this by values of 5 in either direction. And so if I were to Alt and click on the threshold stopwatch, that's going to bring up an area where you can start typing in code. And this is real useful. There's a code or an expression, or excuse me, a method or a function that you can type in called wiggle. So you type in wiggle, and you see here there's a pre-filled one here. You double click on it, it's gonna finish it off for you. Wiggle is essentially a expression that's going to randomly change X amount of times per second a value by X of, an X value. So it needs two numbers. So the first one is how many times per second. Let's just start off at 15 times a second. And then the second value is going to be by what value in either direction it's going to go. And I already decided I wanted it to be 5. So if you hit or select outside of that, it's now going to wiggle or adjust that value for the threshold of our Luma key, which gives us that impression that it's flickering. And I think 15 was a good choice here in terms of the color, the speed. And I think 5 was actually a good choice in terms of the spread. I'm still not in love with the color, however. I think what I might do is just do an effect. I might just desaturate it a bit. Effect, color correction, we'll choose tint. And we'll decrease the amount to tint. There we go, it's not as strong. And maybe we'll just lower that threshold amount a tad as well. Give more light to the face. It's still going to adjust by values of 5 in either direction to whatever value I set here. Might feather it a little as well. Might also increase the edge thin just to kind of give it more shape. All right, it's pretty blobbish at the moment. If I increase the edge thin just a tad, see what that looks like. I'm gonna have to turn the edge feather up more so that it gets rid of all that flickering. There we go. We'll tint it a little bit more to get some of that saturation out. Not too bad. Now what I think I'm going to do is one last pass. I'm going to duplicate this footage. I'm just going to hit Control D. All right, and I'm going to increase the exposure. All right, and then I'm going to increase the threshold to just get it to focus in on those little areas that have majority of the light already. And I might even hit MM and pull the expansion in. Put in some more lightness. We'll decrease the threshold on the glow. We'll also pull in the radius a bit. And we will lower the amount to tint, or even just delete the tint altogether. We'll boost up the saturation, and we'll add more edge feather. And maybe adjust or play with the transfer mode. So what I'm trying to do is just get that ridge light. We've got some light on the face. I think we got a good looking effect here. Let's just double check it. Cycling through my blending modes here. Now I gotta turn that glow threshold back up. All right, not too shabby. We've got that edge light, and then we've got a little bit of a highlight here. We might just feather on the Luma key a little bit. And we might turn that master saturation down a little. And that should also flick, animate in and out, and have the same exposure keyframe set as well, just based off of the fact that we duplicated this. It was essentially just a single layer. We duplicated it as another piece of footage. I think if I hit the EE key twice to bring up the amount on the top layer, we might just lower the value it changes by to 2. Might lower the amount of times per second on the original layer to 10 times per second by a max value of 5. There we go. We've got some simulated lighting on the face. I don't think it's as great as my original example, but not too shabby. We got P Music there with another comment saying he might have reached for the rotobrush tool to do the lighting on the face and probably wouldn't have gotten a great result. Another cool use of Mocha here. Yeah, this was one of those things where I decided to give Mocha the try. Someone suggested I did the Luma key, and that actually worked out really great. I like the way that the end result came to. In fact, I'm going to lower the value it changes by a little bit more on that original layer. Yeah, I mean it's a really great way of isolating just particular portions of like someone's face or clothes or whatever, and that's essentially what the next steps would be here. I'm kind of hard pressed to continue doing the same thing over and over again, but essentially in terms of the breastplate here, you would essentially just do the same thing. You would click on that background plate, duplicate it. You would name this tunic or whatever, lighting sim. We'd delete the 3D camera tracker on it. I'd move it to the top. About right here, I think, is where I'd have it start. Alt open bracket. I'd go to Effect, Boris FX. I would choose Mocha AE. And then it needs to be in full res, and I'd launch it. We can't work from the end, unfortunately, but we can come in here and we can just, start drawing a mask here around the tunic. We'll do a track forward. It's going a little slow, but not too shabby. Looks like it's staying put pretty well. Hit stop real quick. Just want to make sure this doesn't pass out from the outer borders there. I'm going to go back to the beginning, track backwards now. All right, we'll close this. We'll select save. We'll go to matte. We'll hit create AE masks. which is going to create a mask now. Same thing as the other one. If I go to color correction, exposure, and I bump up the exposure, you'll see what it's done here. Okay, if I hit the F key for that mask, I can feather it. To pull the mask expansion value in so that it doesn't stretch past the boundaries of his clothes. Pull that exposure value down a tad. And I'm just going to go and I'm going to pull the same tritone, luma key, hue and saturation. I'm going to copy all those. I'm going to paste it onto our clothing here, and then I'm going to lower the threshold value because it's a completely different color than the face. And that same wiggle expression should have been applied. If I bump the exposure, play with the offset just a tad. Increase the edge thin on the luma key. Decrease the lightness, and then probably just do a remove grain pass on it, because it did introduce some grain, unfortunately. So that quick pass just kind of removes some of that noise that we introduced when we bumped that exposure value up so high. But now we've got the same kind of a thing here, where now we've got some simulated lighting on the shirt or the tunic of our actor when that light gets generated. Just playing around with these different values here, just trying to get different results. See what that looks like. Not in love with it, guys. Not in love with it. I might just increase the feathering on the luma key. And that might get rid of some of the jitteriness. Looks a little better. It's not the right color though. We just go to Effect, Color Correction. Let's just we'll do another hue and saturation, but we'll choose Colorize. And we'll just spin the wheel until we get like a nice orange color that we like. We might have to increase the saturation so that we can see it. I just pre-composed our face light and did a linear color dodge and just lowered the opacity just a tad. It was a little strong. That's better. What I might do, I'm gonna hit Control D on that. I have an idea, and this might sound crazy, but if I go to transition and chose linear wipe, and I feathered it a bit. Had to go the opposite direction. And I just feathered it up real good. Give a stronger edge light there. The only thing I'm not sure about is if I would need to, yeah, it looks like I would need to keyframe that over time. Well, let's see if I can do that real quick. Come to the end here. Come to the middle. So I'm just duplicating it and trying to give a little bit of an edge light using a linear white transition. That's just an idea that popped into my head here. Probably not the best choice, but it doesn't look too bad. I just might need to lower the opacity a tad of this top one. Okay, so we're looking good so far. I think we're getting pretty good here. What I want to do is add some realism here to these fire daggers. One of the ways you can do that is if I clicked on the right dagger and I went to Effect and Blur and Sharpen, and I chose Camera Lens Blur. Okay, and I turned the blur radius up so that it matched the amount of blur that our fist has, and set a keyframe. And then I went back in time and turned that back down to, say, 0. So as it gets closer to our camera, it starts to get out of focus a bit. I think that definitely helps out. Same thing with our other one. It's in focus at the beginning or at the end. But there's a moment in time where there's like a shift in the focus right here, where things are in focus. And then they kind of shift out of focus. And then by the time we get to the end here, they're pretty decently in focus. His fist is anyway. So let's kind of see what that looks like. Okay. What else can we do? We can add heat distortion. I don't know why I haven't done this part yet. So heat distortion is essentially what's going to add some realism to our fire daggers. And so let's start with this one here on the left. Yeah, so it originates about right here. Let's choose our left dagger and let's go to effect. Let's look around here. What do we got? I know I've got some heat distortion with the red giant tools, but I really want to create effects that you guys can replicate without having to buy third-party tools. It's probably going to be something under distort. Let's choose ripple. Let's see what ripple does. It kind of creates these waves, these ripple effects. And I have the direction going there, and I turned the wave speed up. Doesn't look too bad. Kind of creates a little bit of a heat ripple. Might increase the ripple speed. What's the radius do? Let's also go to effect, distort. Let's see what else we got. I know we got like a roughen edges one. I'm kind of curious what that would do. Probably under stylize. Yep, roughen edges. Okay, so we'll do like spiky. Okay. Turn up the sharpness. Turn up the fractal influence maybe, yeah. Increase or decrease the scale to get the look we're going for. Evolution. Bump up the complexity a tad. That just looks terrible. Yeah, we're not going to mess with roughen edges. All right. We'll go to effect. See, we got video copilot's heat distortion, but I'm really not trying to mess with the heat distortion effect and screw with you guys. I've also had an issue or two with the heat distortion, but let's give it a shot. We'll go to layer. We'll create a new adjustment layer here, guys. And I'm going to just put this all the way to the top. And I'm going to draw a mask from about the midway point of the base of our fire dagger and kind of create this upward path. So it's kind of doing this upward trajectory. We'll go to Effect, Video Copilot. We'll select Heat Distortion. And I'm going to go to File, hit Save, just in case, because with 2022, it does screw with me sometimes. We're going to turn up the distortion amount. We're going to turn the scale down. We're also going to feather the edge of this mask so it doesn't just completely cut our fire dagger in half. Turn our noise scale up a bit. Turn our speed up as high as it goes. Turn up the softness of the heat. Increase our noise complexity. We want to turn that wind speed up. And we want the wind direction to kind of be going in that upward trajectory. Let's see what that looks like here. One thing that we can do is we can actually parent this as well to our left fist tracking null object, and that will make the mask as well as our adjustment layer move with the same position references, and we can even have it originate right when we want it to. So we'll just do Alt open bracket. Just going to turn up the noise scale. It's a little small. Let's see what that looks like for us. I'm going to push the mask expansion up a bit, and I'm going to decrease the scale. And I'm also going to turn down the distortion amount. And we'll check that out. Just reshaping our mask path here on that adjustment layer. Now that adjustment layer is, it's parented to the tracking data null object that we have for our left fist, and so it will actually move and scale proportionately to the rest of our scene and track to that fist, which is very important because that's what our fire dagger for that left fist is tracking to. So you guys will see here. I think what we might need to do is just pull it away from the fist a little bit. It's distorted in the fist, kind of, and it's a little distracting. And maybe increase the noise scale just a tad and see what that looks like. Before I continue any further, what I think I might want to do, I'm going to go to Edit, I'm going to choose Purge, and I'm going to purge all the memory and disk cache data that I have here in this After Effects project. It's 500 gigabytes, which is the maximum amount of disk cache space I've got. So I'm just going to purge that right quick. That will make our disk cache previews go a little faster, I think. There we go. Let's go ahead and do another disk cache preview. Yeah, you know, that's not too bad actually. The only thing I don't like is that our adjustment layer doesn't fit. And I need to kind of stretch it out here a little bit. Let's do that. All right, anybody tuning in, watching right now, it looks like there's still a few of you guys. You are champs. You guys are bearing with me here as I just kind of fumble around through this. It's like I said, though, a little bit ago that I have not played around with this project file in a while. So appreciate you guys kind of walking through with me. As you know, this shot probably took a few weeks to do, you know, beginning to end, and so I'm just trying to do my very best at remembering what changes I made. If you guys are still with me, like P Music 22, if you're still with me, man, jump in the chat real quick. Let me know you're still here. Does anybody else potentially have any questions? Feel free to jump in the chat and ask me any questions. I just need to pull in the mask expansion. Actually, the mask expansion's pulled in quite. Oh, no. Yes. The edge of that mask was spreading out a little bit too crazy. You know, though, what I did just realize though is that when I created this adjustment layer, I didn't really explain what an adjustment layer does. But essentially, what an adjustment layer is, fire dagger heat distortion, is it is a see-through layer, as you guys can see here. It doesn't actually have a color compared to like a solid, right, where I can choose a color and it will just, you know, I can scale this down here. It's just a full solid color. An adjustment layer is a transparent layer, but you can add effects to it, such as this heat distortion effect. And wherever you've got it set in your composition, it will affect and distort or change based off the effects you've got applied to it, every layer that's underneath it. So our footage in this case would be a good example of something that then is getting distorted by this heat distortion effect. And it's because we've applied the heat distortion effect to that adjustment layer, and it's at the very top of everything else. So the same thing would happen here if I duplicated this heat distortion effect, moved it back in time, hit the M key, deleted my mask, drew a new mask, kind of in the shape in which I want the heat distortion effect to go. And then if I were to then track this to our right camera tracking null object, or our right fist, it will now track, and it will have the same heat distortion effect applied because I just created a duplicate. And I'm going to rename this right fire dagger heat distortion. Probably don't need this mask to be as crazy as it is. It's pretty big. Getting a little nuts here. Why don't I just use the delete vertex tool? There we go. Lots of you guys hopping on throughout the process of this journey. For those who are just joining me, what we are creating here is the effects, as you guys can see here in this video where I created these fire daggers. So far what we've done is we have successfully layered in our 3D tree as well as some driftwood or additional branches in 3D space in front of our actor. It's a pretty lousy tree, it's essentially a pretty low res file. I could have found a better one. We've comped in some fire daggers as well as some initial bursts of fire as we're working right now on the heat distortion using some adjustment layers. We're going to get ready to do some color correction here in a minute as well. We also added in some simulated lighting on the face of our actor, which you can see here, as well as on the front tunic of his clothing, right? His shirt and whatnot. In fact, let's move on to some color correction. I'm going to go take that 3D tree and we're going to make some adjustments here to its exposure settings. Toggling through the blending modes right now just for some fun. Try to see if I can find a blending mode that makes it look kind of nice and comped into our scene. Honestly, I think a better use of our time is just going to be to go and find a better tree. So I'll just type in, I think it was San Francisco area tree. I'm just going to type in tree bark. Where they filmed this, I think it was in the San Francisco area. And I'm just going to look for a tree that isn't, super close up. I know that bark is probably going to give me that. But I'm going to look for essentially something that's tall, but not crazy tall, and doesn't have a lot of branches coming off or sticking off the side of it. Also looking for something a little bit of a higher resolution. And I do this a lot, guys. When I'm doing compositing and I need like a tree or something, I'll go find a tree online. That one looks kind of cool, but there's going to be a lot of keyframing on that one, or rotoscoping, I should say. That one could work. You know what? Let's try this one real quick. I'm going to save that image. We'll just put it into our downloads folder. Depending on how big of a file it is, we could probably just, it's pretty small actually. But I was thinking we could just make it a little skinny. And then scale it up. Well, it's worth a try. So we'll double click on it here. I'm just going to do the same thing I did before. I'm just going to use the pen tool and I'm going to go in. This has got actually kind of a clean edge. And I'm just going to just draw a mask. And again, guys, for those watching who haven't messed with keyframing too much, mask is kind of like using a pair of scissors to cut something out of its original image. In this case, we're just cutting a tree out. You click and hold to create the curved shape, holding down spacebar to move it before I let go, because I wasn't going to place it in the right spot. I kind of clicked in an area where it shouldn't have clicked, such as right there as well. All right. The V key to get rid of our pen tool. And let's see what it looks like. We'll just solo it real quick. Not too bad. We'll feather it just a tad. We're going to pull the expansion in just a little bit. And set the mask feather to like 2. All right, that's not too shabby. That's not too shabby. All right, so what we'll do here, we're going to bring this down and we're going to drop it right where our 3D tree is. We'll turn it into a 3D model or object. And we are going to take the original tree. We're going to hit the P key. We're going to copy the Z position data. And now we're going to paste it. We're going to copy the Y and paste it. And then we're going to copy the X and paste it. And then we'll shut off the original tree. We'll take the new one. We're going to hit scale. We're going to scale it up. And we need to go all the way until we're completely zoomed out. I think that tree looks a lot better than the original one. The original one was like super blurry. I had to cut it out from amongst a bunch of other trees. It just didn't look quite right. Okay. So, that being said, We'll go to Effect. Got to make it match now. We'll go and find that tree. We'll just name it 3D tree. Enter. We'll delete the older one. We'll click it, go to Effect, Color Correction. We're going to do Curves. And we're going to pull down the midtones, which should darken up the image a bit. And it does so kind of nicely. So pull down the highlights, pull down the shadows. We might even just flip the tree around. No. No, we don't want to do that because we want to make sure that the highlights are kind of on that side. We'll go to Effect, we'll go to Color Correction, we'll choose Exposure. We'll lower the exposure a tad. Adjust the offset there a little bit. Might even duplicate the tree here. I'm going to flip it around. I'm going to move it back in space. Oh, I'm going to move it back in Z space. P. Good Lord. Just creating another tree, kind of sticking it behind the first one and turning its exposure down real low so that it has less light, maybe even making it a little skinnier. Duplicate this driftwood, flip it around. Yeah, it's looking nice. Having that overlay built in, this driftwood, or excuse me, these masks here, the ignition masks, they actually kind of simulate lighting up these trees, which is real neat. I accidentally applied a tritone effect earlier when I was trying to adjust these trees. I applied it to that ignition layer. Let's see what we got so far. Sorry guys, had to blow my nose there for a second. That's looking kind of nice. I think that what I definitely need to do is blur out the trees as well. So we're going to go and we're going to find these trees. We're going to select them both, choose effect, go to blur and sharpen, and do a camera lens blur. Here at the beginning, we are going to blur them, set a keyframe, and then we're going to go forward in time. What I'm doing is I'm looking at the trees here on the right because they are supposed to be the same distance apart. And I'm just going to unblur them. And then here toward the end, we are going to blur them again, specifically this tree right here. Just want to blur it ever so lightly. Let's see what that looks like. It's looking good, but I'm hating that heat distortion. Well, one thing that I think is wrong is I got it going in the wrong direction. Wind speed can be like 2 instead of 9. See if that looks any better. All right, looks like somebody else just hopped back on. Just in case you're curious, we're creating this effect right here. We're creating some avatar fire daggers. Pretty cool. Here's our original shot, our clean plate right here. We just got done comping in a 3D tree. In fact, since I'm redoing the shot here for everybody, I comped in two trees that they're reacting to the lighting because of a layer, a, uh, a, a solid that we drew a mask onto. If I just go ahead and show you that mask, we keyframed its position, feathered it, turned it to overlay. It's an orange mask, so it essentially creates kind of like an orange glow or outer edge to the effect. Kind of playing around with the heat distortion right now. You know, that's probably the problem. I don't have any feathering at all on this adjustment layer. So when you guys apply an adjustment layer and you do an effect onto it and you're trying to have it isolated just to kind of a region, such as where our fire daggers are in this instance, you want to make sure that you feather those edges so that that effect kind of blends into, in this case, the rest of the shot. That looks a little nicer. I think we also need to, if I go and grab this 3D tree and I hit the U key, we can select the keyframes, Control C, for our camera lens blur, and we can apply them. In fact, let's just copy the whole camera lens blur, and we're going to apply them to our driftwood up front. Might just turn the blur radius down a tad. How we comp these in for those who are just kind of tuning in is we created a 3D camera solve of the original clean plate shot of our footage, and then essentially looked at the tracking points that were generated and found some that were on these trees over here, created a null object and a camera, and then slid that null object to this side of the footage, took a picture of a tree off the internet, cut it out, turned it into a 3D layer, and then copy and pasted the X, Y, and Z position data of that null object once we moved it to this side. And I did the same thing here with this other tree, except I pushed it a little further back in 3D space. In fact, I think I might just push it a little further even, so that there's even more parallax. So I'm just going to keep pushing it back. I don't want it to exit the boundaries of our footage though. So we'll push it back. Something like that. And that exposure is a little intense. I'm going to just brighten it up just a little bit. There we go. And it looks like it is dropping down out of the bottom of our frame. So what we might just do is we're just going to stretch it, make it taller. And we might just move it over a tad. Might even make it wider. I'm just deleting that central camera lens blur that we created to simulate the shift in focus for the camera. And the reason I did that is because I want this tree to appear though as though it is further away than the other one. I also want it to be darker than the one up front. There we go. Let's check that out. All right, guys who are watching, guys or gals, any questions for me so far that's up to this point? Feel free to hop in the comments section, ask me any questions you have about After Effects, and I will do my very best to answer them, of course, as we work through this process here of creating this pretty neat visual effect for this upcoming fan film. Like I said, this is something I'm doing, again, just from scratch here. I haven't done this effect in a couple months, actually. I think these driftwood pieces can have their exposure pulled down. They're a little intense. They are a little bright. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to just do a overall color correction pass. I'm going to create a new solid, and I'm just going to make that same orange solid, and I'm going to turn it to overlay. And I'm going to turn the opacity down by hitting the T key and then just lowering the opacity value. So kind of here a before and after. All right, I'm going to just turn it to 0 for the time being. And then I'm going to come to this point, and I'm going to just go ahead and zoom out, and I'm going to draw a mask around this side of our footage, okay? On that mask. So if I were to turn the opacity up, you should see what it's doing here. Hit the F key, feather it a bunch. And then, of course, lower the opacity. That's a wee bit intense. Something like right there. Let's just say 30% is where we want to stick to. I'll hit a stop or a keyframe. I'll hit the little stopwatch to set a keyframe. I will go back to before he ignites it. I'll turn it to 0. Okay, and then I'm going to move to the end when it's just the fire dagger, and I'm going to turn the opacity to like 5. All right, I still want it to tint a little bit, and then as we get closer to the end here, in fact, I think what I'll do is I will take this solid and I will parent it to our tracking data for the right hand, right, so that it follows the right hand, and then I'm going to turn this opacity value back up as we get closer to the end of the shot here, because as that dagger gets closer to the camera, it's going to start affecting the color of our comp a little bit more. So we'll see what that looks like here. I actually need to just scale it up because it was outside the boundaries of our scene. All right. And I'll do the same thing. I'll duplicate this layer. I'm going to go forward in time until right about here. I'll zoom out. I'll make a shape layer. I will hit the M key. I will duplicate the first mask. I will have this follow our left fist tracking data. I'll hit T. I'm going to select all of our keyframes. I'm going to move in this one at the end. And I'm going to make sure that the center keyframe there is in view, or that it's lined up with the, how do I say this? It's got to be lined up with the timing of our other fire blast. When it's at its largest point in time, I want the opacity to also be at its largest size. I will make the feather of this layer. Just timing up these keyframes a little bit, and let's check that out. Let's see what it looks like. So creating these masks and changing them to an overlay blending mode, turning the opacity down and then animating that opacity up or down with this very large mask that extends well past the boundaries of our composition is going to create that effect where it looks as though the fire daggers themselves are affecting the color of the entire space, so to speak, if that makes any sort of sense. So we'll see what that looks like here. So we're going to see those areas will turn orange and then dissipate, but then as we get closer and closer to the end, the footage will turn more and more orange. And if I were to shut off these two layers, you'll see what I'm talking about. We might also add a vignette, so I'll go and create a new solid, and I'm just going to make a black solid. Hit OK. And then I'll double click here on the ellipse tool, which will make a perfect ellipse that goes to the edges and center of the edges for each of our sides of the footage or the comp. We'll turn it to subtract. We'll hit the F key and we'll feather the edges. And then we'll hit M and then MM. And we'll pull the expansion up, which is going to make it spread closer to the edges. We'll hit T for the opacity, and we'll just turn that opacity down just a tad so that here toward the end, you guys will kind of see what it does a little bit better. Just adds a little vignette around the edge of our shot. Go ahead and play that back, see what it looks like. Just playing with the blending modes of our fire daggers. I think we're looking good, guys. I think this is coming along real nice. Just running out a quick cache preview here right quick. I'm going to try one thing. I'm going to duplicate our original footage. I'm going to put it over top of everything, and I'm just going to play with the blending modes and see what I can get. It's kind of a strange thing to do, but sometimes just putting your original plate over top of your final comp can create some really interesting effects. Any questions, guys? Just hop in the chat, ask away. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about After Effects. We're kind of starting to get to the point where we can finish off this shot. Not too much more left to do. Might do is just go layer, new adjustment layer, effect. Just get crazy here. I'm just gonna go drop a magic black, a red giant looks effect onto an adjustment layer that I've put all the way at the top of our comp here. And this will allow me to choose between various pre-made lookup tables that Magic Red Giant has created. Go into the warm folder here and find one that doesn't do too much crazy stuff to our shot or affect any of those simulated lighting assets that we put into effect. Kind of like that. It makes it a little bit punchier. Let's see here. Kind of like this one. And then I can just turn down the strength of it a little bit. Okay, we've got some lighting, simulated lighting on the clothes, the face, it flickers. We've got some trees that shouldn't, they should not be above our ignitions. So let's just go ahead and put those back down where they're supposed to be. We've got a light color correction pass over top of everything else. We've gone through and created essentially camera blurs for our trees, our driftwood, our daggers, so that they, do the best they can to respect the blurs that our camera has. Let's do a cache preview here. We've got these ignition bursts of flames that do kind of a cool thing of lighting up the trees right behind them, at least on the right-hand side. We've got some overlay orange layers with some masks on them that we've animated the opacity for. So when these big bursts of fire come into view, they tint the footage on that side of the composition window, kind of an orangish color. We've got some heat distortion that we've applied to our fire dagger assets. I'm not in love with them. We could definitely tweak those and make them better, but it is what it is. What we might do is just take all of this and put it into a pre-composition, and we'll just call this Stabilize. I'll just call it stable because I don't know how to spell stabilizing off the top of my head. And I'll go to effect or animation and we'll do the warp stabilizer. And I'll do a detailed analysis. And I'm going to tell it that I want it to smooth more, say about 90% or so. And I want it to do position, scale, and rotation. And I want it to synthesize the edges. Actually, let's just do auto scale and crop. Isn't really going to be a real big deal because we're zooming in anyway, so there's not going to be really an edge that needs the crop. So one thing that we're going to do here, I'm going to undo the create pre-comp because we had some hidden layers. So make sure that they're all selected and then go layer, pre-compose, warp, stabilizer. Just take a guess at it. Now I will apply the warp stabilizer effect, detailed analysis, 90 on the smooth side. So I'm just going to stabilize out our final shot, essentially, is kind of what I'm trying to do. Auto scale, just position, scale, and rotation. Smooth motion, set the smoothness value to about 75. And then we'll just let that analyze now in the background. Okay, so those who are watching right now, do me a favor here. Jump in the comment section and give me a question. Anything. Throw something at me. If you have a quick question about After Effects, if you guys have had a problem, or if you have a question about a specific type of technique, or a third-party plugin, or how you encode or render something, or if you have questions about render settings, anything at all, just feel free to jump in there and shoot me a quick message while we're still live. Now is your time to ask any questions that you guys might have, things that have been bugging you, if you guys have had an issue with some of the newer releases of Adobe After Effects, anything at all. And while this is doing its thing, I'm going to show you guys um, kind of a cool tool that you guys can take advantage of. I'm going to go to my footage here, and I'm just going to create a new comp. Actually, let's not use that footage. What I want to do is show you guys this really cool technique that I just learned how to use. It's called the Content Aware Fill tool. And so it's a way of essentially cutting an actor or an object or something out of the scene that you don't want there. And so there's a couple different ways that you guys can cut out or rotoscope an actor or something of that nature. I'm just going to interpret this footage and set it to just a flat 25 frames per second. Same thing with the composition here. We'll make it 25 frames per second. Okay, so we've got this shot here, same actor, but what he's doing is he's essentially doing some punches and kicks. And I actually showed in a recent video, for those who are interested, you can go back and check out the intro video for the Creative Cow Live tutorial series. It's the two last videos that we made, but essentially what I did was I showed how to create, where's it at? Computer's kind of glitching up a bit, guys. My apologies. I'm going to just go ahead and purge my disk cache again. It's only at 65 gigabytes, not too shabby. I think there's 2 of you guys watching right now. I don't know if I'm one of them, but if not, ask a question, guys. Pop in, say hi. Tell me, where are you guys from? Do you guys use Creative Cow, or did you guys just pop across this video? What's the dealio? Anyway, with this shot, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go to layer, or excuse me, composition. I'm going to say add to render queue, and I'm just going to export this real quick as a QuickTime video. And I'm just going to do RGB. I'm not too worried about the frame size. I'll just do a 422 Apple ProRes. Actually, you know what? Let me just do a GoPro Cineform. And we're not going to do any of the audio. Hit OK, and I'm going to save it. Let's just say to my documents folder. I'll make a new folder, and I'm just going to call this CC. And I'm going to call this Runway. I want to show you guys a really cool tool called Runway ML. And this is going to allow us to essentially key out our actor without using any rotoscoping. So rotoscoping is the process of cutting out something from a video clip or cutting something out from a image. And so, what I could do is I could go and I could just, cut out around my actor, and then go frame by frame by frame, moving the points of this mask, even though this created a shape layer. I think you guys get the point. We did it with the tree earlier, but I'd have to go frame by frame by frame by frame by frame. And there's a couple different ways that people have done that. They have cut out just certain sections of the body, like the legs or the torso or the head or the arms, throughout the entire clip, and then went back and did that all over again for the next body part. And so essentially you have to do however many frames is required for your shot, over and over and over again, frame by frame by frame. Or you can just cut out around the entire border or perimeter of your actor's body and not do it limb by limb, but you still have to go frame by frame, which can, again, just be really frustrating. And so I am inside Runway ML right now. And if I go into the green screen tab, I'm going to import that asset. So I'm going to click this plus icon here, and I'm going to go to Documents, go to CC, and import that Runway video file that we were, the one that we just exported. And it's importing right now. And you guys can see I've done this before where I've got essentially mats cut out of our actor, but I want to show you guys just how quick this is, because before I used to have to essentially do this. I used to have to select my footage and I'd have to go and cut around my actor, and so say I was just going to cut out his torso section, and then go back in later and do his chest and his legs and all that kind of stuff. All right, so I got his torso section cut out here. I'll go to my mask and I'll just turn it to none here for a moment. And you have to set a keyframe for the mask path and then go 1 frame down, and essentially you have to start moving these mask points. So that they stay stuck to the outside edge. Another way that you can do this is using Mocha AE. That's what we did earlier. But the problem is your actors will twist and kick and do all sorts of other stuff. And so it doesn't have stable, consistent planar tracking data that it can use. In fact, this actor will spin around when he does his kicks, which you'll see here. Right, so it wouldn't be a very good track for Mocha AE. And there isn't really a built-in tracking tool that can handle that kind of thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to, in Runway ML, drag our clip onto the timeline here. And this is all cloud-based, guys. It's cloud-based. And we're inside that green screen tool. I just have to click on my actor, okay? And a little green dot appears. And you see how it's gone through. It's just about found all of the edges of our actor. So with 3 clicks there, it has found the boundary of our actor. And I mean, it's found the boundary. I mean, look how clean that edge is. If I click preview here, it's done it for just about the entire clip. I mean, I might have to, scroll through and find little points where there's mistakes, such as this frame right here. It looks like it's gotten rid of that buckle. I'm going to zoom out. I think holding down the Alt key or the Control key, or just choosing exclude up here, it makes a red dot, and I can click on the tree there and have that excluded from the shot. But I mean, this has just done a fantastic job at essentially cutting our actor out of his shot. Now, Runway ML is free, guys. With the free account, I believe that you guys, will have some limitations in terms of what exports you're allowed to do, what frame rates you're allowed to do, whether you can do ProRes or Full HD. I don't believe you can do a Full HD export, but that's fine. You just scale it up inside of After Effects. But if I were to play this preview back now, it's perfectly cut out our actor. I mean, what I can do is I can just go and change it from overlay to alpha channel, and you guys can see an alpha matte now of your actor to include a little ponytail thing on top of his head. We can also view just a preview with a green screen background. And it does look like some of that tree is still, so we'll just click exclude. I'm going to click on that tree. So what used to take weeks, potentially days, if not just hours for an experienced compositor, now only takes a few minutes using AI and machine learning to do with inside of your browser. This is not even a dedicated software on your computer. This is all handled inside of a browser window. It's mind-boggling, to say the very least. And I think it did the same thing again with that buckle clip. Yeah, right there. So we'll hit include, and then we'll select that. They also have a refine tool. So like if I click exclude and hit the refine tool, I can zoom in now and just kind of click and drag. I want to actually Control Z. If I click on the refine tool with the brush, I can essentially just kind of paint out the areas that I don't want to be visible. Do it there. That belt buckle just doesn't want to stay. There we go. So when I hit export mask, and I have an option for Full HD, 1920 by 1080, MP4. I want to only export for the alpha channel, which is just going to give me this nice black and white alpha matte, essentially, of our scene. which is going to be very useful. Essentially, when I put this over top of my footage, anything that's white will stay visible, anything that's black will go transparent. Let me see here. You can also just, if I kept it at preview, no, if I kept it at overlay, I could also just blur the background. And so I can just do a Gaussian blur, whatnot behind our actor. I'm going to minimize that effect. Hit the delete to delete it real quick. And I'm going to go back into the green screen. I don't know, I don't think it saved my mask there. It's not too shabby. I'm just going to delete the tree bark here. I don't want any of that to show up. Hit preview again. Anywho, once I have my mask, I'm going to hit export mask, and I'm going to only export our alpha channel, and I'll hit export mask. And what this is going to do is it's going to create a video file now of this alpha matte and make it available for me to export. So if I hit go to project, I have a timeline now of that mask that we created. Now what's real nice is I can feather it, the edge of that mask. There should have been a way where I could have applied a motion blur type thing to it, but I'm just going to ignore that. I'm going to click on the Go to Export button, and I'm just going to wait now for that asset to be created. So if I go to our Assets folder, looks like I've got the file right here. Here is our export with the alpha matte. If I then go and just choose Download, I can download this video file, go back over to Adobe After Effects, and then import it. It should just be in my Downloads folder. It is 25 frames per second. Drag it over top of our footage. Right? And we've got a real nice alpha matte. Now what I can do essentially now is I can toggle its visibility and then essentially tell the track matte to use the alpha matte of the layer above it. Excuse me, the Luma matte. And that would cut our actor out of the frame. Now the other thing I can do is I can just leave it at Luma inverted matte, okay? And so now I've got a transparent background underneath where I've cut the actor out of the shot. Now I was talking to you guys about the Content Aware Fill tool, which is something that I recently just discovered. If I click on our Fireball and Kicks layer and I clicked on Content Aware Fill tool, you're going to see here that there's a panel that pops up. If you don't see it, go to Window, and you can find Content Aware Fills, on the window drop-down list. I'm going to just increase the alpha boundary or expansion, which is going to make the boundary here push past the original mask. I'm going to tell it that it's looking at an object. I want it to do strong lighting correction, and I want to look at the range for the entire duration here of the clip and hit Generate Fill Layer. And what this is going to do is it's going to ignore or remove everything that's inside the boundaries of this alpha matte, and it's going to essentially look past that boundary because I increased the alpha expansion before we hit generate fill layer. And because this clip moves and the actor isn't always in front of the background, essentially the image that's behind him right now, as he moves forward and the camera shifts left and right, it will reveal what's behind him. And After Effects will use that data of the image once he's out of the way and patch that over top of the hole that it's cutting out of our frame and then blend that in real nicely. So effectively, it's going to, if everything goes smoothly here, it's going to remove our actor and replace it with a background plate of just our footage in the background. Which was completely unheard of back in the day. This is great for removing actors or like people who walked across behind you in your shot or behind your actor in your shot. It's great for like removing like trash or debris or birds, flying around, if they cross your scene, or traffic. If you're doing a drone shot, this is a great way to remove traffic or just remove cars from the street altogether. It's a great way to remove like things like light poles and things like that if you're doing a post-apocalyptic type scene and there's just too many, working utility poles in the shot and you just got to get rid of them. And so this has gone through, it's essentially removed the background and now it's rendering. It's got to do 104 frames. It's only got 3 out of the 104 frames. So if I scooch forward, you're going to see it doesn't have everything perfect quite yet. But for those couple of frames, we can see now that the background that was behind the actor has been replaced over top of where the actor was. I mean, how cool is that, guys? So why would this come in handy? Well, this would come in handy in a situation where you want to essentially isolate the simulated lighting just to your actor and you don't want it to affect anything in the backdrop. So in the instance of, say, this shot, I wouldn't really be able to do that too well because the actor stays in front of the background behind him the entire time. If I did try to do it, it would be fine on the edges, for when his elbows stick out. It would work there in that respect. But it would not, unfortunately, work for anything that's behind the center portion of his body. If, though, he was doing a fire dagger shot here, he's just doing some fire punches, and I wanted to isolate only him to catch the light, then I could remove him from the background and then have the light only get applied to essentially another instance of him. And so what I would do then is I would just take our fireball and kicks layer, drag it in again right over top. I would then take our key, our alpha matte. I would do the same thing I did before, except I would just choose the luma matte. And if I soloed this, you'll see what that did. And so then if I take this layer here and I went to Effect, Color Correction, Exposure, I could bump up the exposure or essentially apply any simulative lighting and only have our actor affected as opposed to anything in the background. And that's real useful for when you're doing like things like fire blasts and things of that nature, because essentially everything that's way off in the background should not get affected by the color, only our actor should. And so in this particular case, you're going to see that rough edge line. If we just go to Effect, and we go to Matte, and we go to Refine Soft Matte, we can essentially you are going to have to bear with me. My mouse is doing some weird stuff. Effect, Matte, we want to refine the hard matte. We're going to feather the edge a bit. You know what? I think I have this applied to the wrong layer. Control X, we want to apply it to the matte above it. And we also want to make sure that we put a set matte above that. And now we should be able to shift I'm not quite sure what just happened here. Just going to need to generate the fill layer again because it didn't do what it was supposed to do. I started screwing around. I think that's probably the problem. But you guys can see as it goes and generates those fill layers, it does a pretty decent job at filling in the background data with essentially background pieces of the background that get exposed as the actor ducks and dives and spins and moves out of the way of those areas. And so it's rendering frame 97 of 104 right now, so it's getting through. Let's click the 0 key here to do a, oh, it's still doing frame 97 out of 104. Let's give it another sec. There we go. We'll go ahead and hit 0 here. Render out a cache preview, and now we have a clean background plate for the most part that doesn't have our actor in the shot at all. It's pretty nifty. There's a little glitch here or there, and what we can do is essentially change the lighting correction or just remove the lighting correction. That's usually the reason why that happens. We can also more than likely just effect, matte, channel, set matte, effect. Alrighty. Sorry about that. I essentially was just trying to do a better key to key out this edge. You guys can see I've got really nice refined hairs here, even on the head, that have been refined out in the process of doing all that. And what I'm doing right now is reanalyzing the content aware fill tool. I've got the alpha expansion turned all the way up. I've got the lighting correction turned off. Got it set to object once more, and I'm just going to hit generate fill layer, and that is going to then generate and create a fill.exr file, which is going to take background data and generate for us a nice backdrop. It's going to look at the data that is behind our actor as he moves through the scene. He'll essentially step out from in front of certain areas, and it will remove the backdrop. Can take a little bit of time. I am exporting this and encoding this live stream from the same system and pushing that out to YouTube for you guys to watch this stream today. And also, I am using After Effects 2022, and we're using multi-frame rendering. And so there is a bit of a hardware resource limitation here that's involved, but you should know that when you guys are doing this on your own, the content aware fill tool will eat up a little bit of resources, even if you're not doing streaming or anything like that or of that nature. Uh, this is a really awesome tool, guys. I've used this in several different situations where I wanted to remove objects from a scene. It just does a fantastic job, guys. I mean, seriously. Essentially, you just want to either create a track matte or cut out something from your shot using rotoscoping so that when you take the clip that you cut it out from and select it and go to the content aware fill tab, it's going to essentially have a black backdrop where your footage is still remaining. And then it's going to show you the boundaries of your alpha mask, so to speak, or matte. And you can increase the expansion of that so it pushes it past the edges. And then it's going to essentially, once it's done analyzing, right now what it's doing is it's rendering out background frames and putting them into this EXR sequence, which is now sitting at the very top of our composition timeline here. And so you'll see here it is saying that we are on frame 43 out of 104. So not every frame will be filled in quite yet, but it's getting there. It's at 84 now out of 104. It looks like it's done. It's very nice. We've essentially got a removal of our actor. Now, why would we want to use this to our advantage? So, in terms of using, fire effects, right, where we're essentially creating the impression of fire, right? I'm going to import a tool that I created. And I'm just killing time with you guys now at this point. Feel free to ask any questions that you might have in the meantime. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for this tool that I made. This tool I made for myself so that I didn't have to do particle simulations or use any stock footage from a stock footage website. Found it. Here it is, I believe. No. Here it is. All right. So it's an After Effects project file that I import, and it imports as a folder essentially for me. Okay, I'm also going to just re-import my fireball and kick footage All right. And I'm going to also take that matte that we created, and I'm going to select my footage, and I'm going to do a different type of track matte here. A Luma inverted matte, I believe, or just a Luma matte. And so now any effects I apply to this layer, effect, where is it at here? Yep, effect, color correction, like say we do an exposure, right, just to increase the exposure. It's only going to be applied here to this actor. Okay, might do effect, matte choker. I'm just doing a matte choke on the alpha matte layer so that it kind of gets rid of that bleed, that edge, that outline that we saw on our actor. I might even, should be a way to increase the softness for it. Yeah, we'll increase the softness. That's probably good enough. All right. So, why would we have done this? Let's see here. If I go to the project and I take our stock 3D Fireblast asset layer and I drag that down over top of the rest of our footage, and I can go down to the Essential Properties tab and choose a Fireblast. In this case, it looks like Fireblast 1 will do me just fine. I then will scrub forward and find the first punch that my actor does in this case, which is right here. And I will adjust our Fireblast orientation value to essentially find an orientation for my Fireblast, because I can rotate it three-dimensionally here. It's part of what the tool is. And then I'll rotate it. And then I'm just going to slide it in my timeline until right around the time it's about to burst out. And then I'll just hit P, Shift S for position and scale. And I'm going to go forward to the end of my timeline here. And I'm going to turn my scale up. Say something like this. And I'm going to slide my X out of frame. And then I'll probably also give it a little bit of an upward path as well. Oops. Because he did have an upward position of his arm, and then we'll just go back frame by frame. Just got to retime this up here. All right, so I got like a little fire blast here, just had to position and scale the keyframes. And then I'm going to now turn off, under the essential properties, there's a preview mode. If I turn that off, that's going to turn on all of the effects here for this fire blast. And I only want it to affect my actor, okay? And so what I can do here is I can essentially kind of do the same thing that I did before, right? Where I've got this mask. This matte is only where I want the light to appear. And so if I were to shut off this background layer, actually we'll leave the background layer. In fact, yeah, we do need to leave the background layer on, but in this case, we shut those off, the EXR and our background footage, we can essentially get our lighting to only cast an effect on top of this actor. And so now if I were to like just essentially go and pre-compose everything here at the top, layer, pre-compose, um, essentially move all attributes into a new composition and then open that new composition. If I then go back into the previous comp and turn on our EXR and turn on our backdrop, our background footage is now not receiving any of that light that this fire blast is emitting. Now, the fire blast still does have a glowed edge, or it glows, I should say. So if I were to just toggle this here, you guys can see essentially that we've isolated any of the lighting that this fire blast puts out. I'm just trying to double click into our pre-comp here. There we go. I can go like to the glow settings here, and I can turn the glow radius for the outer glow up. I can also turn down the threshold. Okay, so you see how that's affecting the face, the fist of our actor here. So turn on the motion blur. And there we go. It's essentially giving us the ability to have this asset only affect the lighting of our actor. Now, one other thing that it does, and this is going to be real neat, is if I were to drop this now, say, well, no, let me go into our pre-comp here. If I were to take this and put it below our fireball and kicks layer and hit the U key here right quick, I'm just going to slide it back in time just a tad. Something like that. If I were to move this behind our actor, this now allows us the opportunity to have this asset pass behind our actor as opposed to in front of it. And what's real neat is I actually do have, in fact, the ability to do like a Luma key wrap. So if I were to go into our stock 3D Fireblast comp here, go into the controls layer, there is a roto pre-comp right here. If I go into the roto comp, I can put our alpha matte file, which is right here. I can stick that inside this composition. And so now if I dragged my footage inside this comp right here. Sorry about this, guys. Just need to go to the essential properties and push a couple of these values over. Anywho, essentially all I was trying to do, guys, was essentially have the fire blast pass behind our actor, and then I have this light wrap effect that's built into the project that essentially allows the light to wrap around the edge of our actor. Completely off topic, however, unfortunately, for the context of our project here, essentially let's just kind of get back to that because we were finishing that up anyway. And things were looking real nice for us. So we're just going to go ahead and delete this folder. Delete. There we go. And we have our final comp here. We've got the warp stabilizer effect put onto it like we did earlier. We've got trees put into the shot. We've got the driftwood, we've got lighting, we've got color correction, we've got the simulated lighting on his face, which you'll see here in just a moment's time. It's a little heavy, but it's there. We've gone ahead and we've added a camera blur to all of the assets that are added in after the fact, such as our fire dagger assets, our tree. They will blur out as they get closer to the camera here. And I'm just going to render that back as a preview. There we go. It's looking kind of nice. It's not as perfect or as well-rounded as the one that I created for the movie, but it's on its way. It's on its way essentially to getting to that level of fidelity. However, it was about 6 a.m. that we went live. It's now going on 5.5 hours now that we've been doing this live stream. Um, we got Marilyn J8 saying fabulous and thank you. Marilyn, thanks for tuning in. We're just going to go ahead. I'm going to real quick recap the steps of what we did here. Marilyn, I'm not sure if you were here the entire time or not, but what we did is we started with a color corrected version of our footage, okay, which is this clip right here toward the very bottom. This is essentially where we started, okay? After that, what we did was we essentially created two null objects, okay? We've got we've got the left tracking null object and the right fist null object. And you can see these over top of the fists of our actor. And the way that we did that was we essentially used our original background plate footage, we duplicated it, and then so we have a left fist tracking clip here, and we have a right fist tracking clip here. We essentially went inside of Mocha AE, and I'm just going to click in there for those who missed out. We just want to do a real quick recap. Inside of Mocha, what we did was we essentially just drew if I can get my mouse to work, we drew a shape around the fist or around sections of the fist that we thought would be beneficial here in this case to tracking his fist. In this case, I didn't do the entire fist. Instead, what I did was I went around, the good Lord. There we go. My computer is not liking me right now, but I drew around the darker versus more highlighted contrast changes in his fist. I didn't want to go around the wrist, and I'm going to close out of Mocha here if my mouse will let me. There we go. So we did that for both our right and our left fist. And so if I select the Mocha AE effect, you'll see that we've got 5 tracking points. These are essentially, corner pin tracking points, essentially, that we created from those shapes. So we went to tracking data, we hit create tracking data. We chose the tracking data element that we wanted to create the tracking data from. And then what we did was we created null objects, which you guys can see here in our scene. And we selected to have, under our tracking data dropdown, we chose to have that null object. And we chose not to use corner pin, but instead transform. And we hit apply export. And that essentially put our null objects onto the fists based off that tracking data that we exported. So once that was done, we created our daggers. All right, so I'll turn on the left and the right dagger. And we essentially just parented these daggers using this pick whip tool or the drop down under our parent and link options. And we chose the null object that was tracked to the fist of choice. And so we set the dagger in relation and positioned it on the fist where we wanted it. And then we tracked it or connected it, parented it, I should say, to its corresponding null object. And so that created the effect now where we've got tracked fire daggers that follow along and stay on our actor's fists. Now, once we were done with that, we did a camera. I think if I select the dagger here, we did a camera lens blur and we keyframed the blurriness of these fire dagger assets throughout the duration of the clip so that when we were here toward the end, and it was right here, you can see the fist is out of focus, so is the fire dagger, just something a little extra we did. We also have got some ignition glow and some dagger ignition elements that we brought in. So if I go back in time, you'll see that these are just like fiery ignitions that cover over that first frame where those daggers come into view. Alrighty, and we also created some masks on some orange layers, feathered them, turned them to overlay, and adjusted the opacity to raise up and then go back down. And that was essentially what we used to simulate the glow effect. We used the Mocha Pro again to create the rim light on his face. And so what we did was inside of Mocha Pro, I'll have to click into this comp here. If I were to select our footage layer, you're going to see here that we have a cutout mask of our actor's face. And that was created using Mocha. And instead of applying tracking data, we selected under matte, we hit create AE masks. And essentially that mask we drew around his face in that respect, was cut out and keyframed over time. We bumped the exposure then of this layer. We did a tritone effect and tinted it kind of an orangish color. We then did a luma key to key out the darker areas of this effect. So if I shut this off, you'll see that it essentially just cut in and ate into those shadowy areas that weren't already accepting any light, which gave us that effect that it was simulating real world lighting data. We then did a hue and saturation effect to tint it a little bit more orange, applied a glow effect just to kind of give it that little bit of a pop, and then we pre-comped it. We then essentially doubled or duplicated that and did a linear wipe effect to add just a little bit more light to that edge, that rim right there on the left side of the face. We then did the same thing with our shirt, our tunic, so to speak. So you'll see here that we essentially did the same thing. We cut out a mask using Mocha, tracked it, and then, we essentially messed with the exposure and all that kind of fun stuff until we got the look that we were going for. After that, we did some heat distortion effects on the daggers themselves using adjustment layers. I just turned those on, and so you can see the masks themselves. I also took the adjustment the exact same way as the rest of our scene does, or the rest of these fists do. After that, we did 2 orange solids over the top of everything. You guys can see I've got one there, and I've got one there. I made a mask for each one, and effectively had them at a 0% opacity and feathered the edges, and only had them increase their opacity when our fire ignition was, that big puff of fire when those fire daggers first ignite. When it was at its full capacity, that's when I've got that layer turned all the way up, or not all the way up, but to about a 30% opacity. And so you guys can see here the difference overall for the entire side of the footage. I did the same thing for the other end, and then I keyframed that opacity to go back up to about 30% throughout the rest of the clip until we were at the very end. And of course, at the very end, we've got those opacities turned up. So if I were to, again, just undo that, you'll see here that it tints the overall color of the footage more of an orange color. The reason we did that is because we're getting closer to those fire blast daggers, and so the closer we get, the more light's going to be put into the camera. I did an overall adjustment layer with a trap code looks effect, so if I turn that on and off, you guys can see just a little bit of color correction that got applied. Nothing big, nothing huge. Also did a little vignette around the edge of our entire shot, just like a nice little shadowy vignette. We also put in some driftwood and some 3D trees into our shot. And the way that we did that was we did a 3D camera track. We then essentially found a null object that was up against and representing the distance from the camera of the trees here on the right. I then shifted it over to the left and then copied the position data onto our trees themselves. And the end result is we've got a 3D, oh shoot, hold on. Gotta turn on that camera there real quick. The end result is we've got 3D trees tracked in on the right, which frame our actor in. They also catch that light from those overlaid masks that we created earlier. Our fire daggers themselves track and keep place over the fists of our actor. Our footage tints and corrects itself as it goes along. And by no stretch of the imagination is this as good as the original shot that I created. And for those who are just kind of tuning in, if you haven't seen that original shot, it's right here essentially. I spent more time with the heat distortion. Looks like I put some sparks in the original fire daggers themselves. I also went through and created simulated lighting. It looks like also on the fists. And you guys would do the same exact process as we did for the rim lighting on the face and for the tunic. You would just cut out a section of the fist using Mocha AE. But yeah, I mean, it's not too far off. It's just not, it wouldn't be something that I would turn in for my homework assignment, so to speak, if you know what I mean. This definitely isn't a comp that I would be comfortable with. But it gets you guys the basic ideas. We had a couple different ways of tracking. We did planar tracking. We did a 3D camera solve. We even did a nice little warp stabilizer at the very end. If I can find it here. There we are. Just to stabilize out the entire shot. And we'll see what that looks like in the end. It's kind of our final shot here, so to speak. Again, I'm not entirely super excited about it, but you know, I haven't touched this shot in months, and so this is the first time I had a chance to revisit it, and we did it live, you know, so I didn't have the luxury of being able to just kind of do this in my own private setting, you know, where I could just really fumble around. I hope that you guys enjoyed this. I hope that you learned something from it. Sorry, I had to blow my nose real quick. There's the shot, guys. It's not too bad. I can live with it. It's probably too much light on the face and probably not enough on the other side. I would probably just kind of bring down that lighting. In fact, I can probably just do that right here. Just hit the T key and just bring that opacity value down. Let's try that out. Yeah, it's a little better. And this is the shot, the composition where we just kind of put everything together on one layer and did a warp stabilizer effect just to kind of get a nice stable final clip as we pan in on the actor. And just as a final fun layer, I did show you guys this example here where we had this wound effect on his eye. All right, and so we're not going to do the wound necessarily itself, but I did want to show you guys how you might want to go about doing that, should that be something you're interested in. So inside this scene, essentially, what we're going to do is we're just going to duplicate that background plate again, Control D. We're going to move it up just underneath our vignette. We are then going to delete the camera tracker that was on it, and same as we did before, apply Boris FX Mocha AE. We'll choose on the Mocha logo, which will open up Mocha. And Mocha's a tad slow this morning. As this project's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, my mouse is becoming more and more and more unresponsive. I will choose my X-spline tool, and I'm just going to draw a mask around our actor's eye and hit the track forward button and see how that does. See if that does good for us or not. Marilyn J8 says, I did learn a lot. Looks great to me. Marilyn, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I am a little bit more critical of myself than most are. I'm going to go to our last frame here. And I'm pretty sure that my computer is hitting its head against the wall right now. Draw a little shape around our actor's eye and eyebrow. I'll track forward, and then I'll track back. Again, with Mocha, clip input doesn't exist. I just had to tell what its input was. I'm not sure what's going on here. Very strange.